Hello, hello. Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Today we're going to play a little game. What's going on, chat? What's going on, y'all? I just woke up from a nap. That's what my eyes look like this, guys. I just woke up from a nap, but I am here. I'm ready to rage. Guys, Kash Patel is suing the Atlantic. How sad. I was just watching a video of someone who was going over the lawsuit. Oh, man. Hello.
Hello.
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Cool, man. What do you like about Trump?
I voted for him so he would implode the world financial system and destroy the American empire, I guess.
Just an accelerationist?
Yeah, so I agree that he does suck, but that's arguably the best situation that we could.
Are you just a leftist?
Yeah. But I love Trump for this reason.
I think that's silly. I think that the outcomes of that or the outcomes of Trump are so unpredictable that I think that's reckless and silly and nihilist.
I mean, it's pretty predictable what he's going to do. I mean, he's already done it. He's already imploded everything.
I mean, kind of. He could definitely keep this going for a while. I mean, look at North Korea.
Yeah, but the problem is North Korea isn't the arbiter of the banking system. So
so we have even more of the ability to do North Korea than they do, right? We could be even bigger and badder one.
No, because the only reason why North Korea can be big and bad is because they're propped up by a different superpower. If
China?
the main superpower goes, yeah, North Korea won't exist either if this whole thing goes under.
I don't think that's true either.
So our economic system is basically completely interconnected, right? So if one pillar goes down, the whole thing, it's like a house of cards. You can't just remove the base of the house of cards without everything collapsing.
It's a cute notion, but it's not true.
So you're saying that we can just remove so the United States is 35% of the world economy. You're saying that we can just remove that, and everything's going to work out fine.
There will be a power vacuum of sorts. There will be somebody who gets extremely rich. There'll be a bunch of people who die. That's what you're cheering for. There will be a bunch of people who starve. There'll be a bunch of Cubas, pretty much. And yeah, I think it's careless and stupid, and you should probably be, I don't know, begging for forgiveness from all of your fellow Americans.
Oh no, most Americans support capitalism and conservatism, and that's and the ones that don't, like you, are also you want the dystopian capitalist system to keep going because it will affect your life now instead of just the lives of the entire developing world.
I just listed to you that reasons behind this would be other people dying. How many people are going to die in this transition?
Yeah, how many people in India live in excruciatingly disgusting conditions because of the capitalist system?
1.6 billion people, but you're asking for that to be 8 billion.
How many people in Africa are subjugated and oppressed by our corporations that have conquered the world?
What is the likelihood of all of this burning down and happening to become...
Suddenly it starts to affect you, and then,
What are the chances of this all burning down and becoming a wet dream for a leftist or a wet dream for a fascist? What are the chances? Do you think everyone's going to stop and hold hands and go, let's start doing things like communists? And then one country who doesn't will go around and just pillage all of the people, and all the countries are going to try to do communism. That's what's going to happen, you silly goose.
I mean, you can sit here and act like you can predict the future, but
That's what you're
kind of
doing.
ridiculous.
You're
No,
predicting
I'm
the
not.
future. This is going to turn
No,
out to
I'm
be some
not.
leftist wet dream.
No one knows what's going to happen in the future. Neither do you.
So-
So you can't make an argument
Over or under
the future.
The future, what's the chances of it being better or worse?
There is
What's
no
the chance?
chance. It's not. The future is not a probabilistic chance.
Exactly,
What are you talking
exactly. So you have no idea what's going to happen. You just hope it turns into this
And
left-wing
neither do
dream.
you. Because
Yeah.
no one can predict the future.
Yeah, exactly. Why the fuck would you burn things down? That's like Trump. I'm going to get rid of the ACA. I don't have a plan for what comes next. That's what you're doing, dude.
No, I didn't say it.
Get out of here. We don't need left infighting. Some people might have the right idea, but their execution is ass. It's ass. Chat, for those blocked, go live back in your bubble. Just break it. We'll fix it later. Just break it. It'll come back in this way that's better somehow. Countless lives will end. People will die. But you need to hurt because I hate capitalism. That's what he said. You need to hurt, and so does everyone else. What's going on, y'all? Chat, tap the screen. Let's get to 10K. Let's get some actual MAGA up here to debate. Some of you may die, but that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. What a jackass. Watch us win the midterms, this all goes away, and then you're a double jackass. If Donald Trump sucks, why do you make me $1 million? Okay, we live in a society, and if you got rich through Donald Trump, that's cool, but there's a whole bunch of people getting the opposite treatment. There's a whole bunch more, in fact. Oh, God.
You been
Hello.
enjoying the fireworks, bro?
The what?
The fireworks?
It's crazy that the entire MAGA movement is 95% astroturfed at this point. It was always astroturfed, but it's blatantly obvious now. Yeah. Are you just cheering on BB's terrorism?
Oh, you're talking about us destroying terrorists? Yes, of course.
I got a good video I watched the other day. It was Israel striking an ambulance, and then another ambulance crew came to rescue that ambulance, and then they struck that ambulance, and then a third ambulance came.
I can show you. I can show you terrorists riding on top of an ambulance.
Okay, but this got POV, like people with cameras on them. None of them are terrorists. None of them are terrorists.
None of them.
Yeah, so they were struck 3 times, 3
right?
ambulances.
Because you
Yeah,
know, bro.
they were medical people. They were.
Did you know that terrorists can get into an ambulance?
Can you prove that those were terrorists?
Can you prove they weren't?
I think the proof would be on you, right?
No, the proof would be on you questioning it. What?
The media went out and asked.
Oh, they killed a bunch.
The media asked Israel for evidence of these terrorists using ambulances, and they never gave any. They never gave any.
Evidence.
Yeah, they do.
Like, who are you guys? But who are you that we have to give you evidence? Can you tell me?
Yeah, if you're going to be breaking international laws and doing war crimes, we would like some evidence.
Oh, did you ask the terrorists for evidence also?
So you're saying
Oh no,
that
you guys forgot about that part. Oh yeah.
So you guys can be terrorists, just not them.
We could be. How are we terrorists, bro? Tell me.
The thing I just explained.
Oh, because an ambulance was shot down. So
Three in a row.
Three in a row.
They came to come rescue each other. Yeah.
Oh, they came. So terrorists came to back up terrorists, and they got blown the fuck up. Wow, how ironic.
It's very convenient of you to just say they're all terrorists, I guess.
So what percentage do you think of Gaza is terrorists? Do you believe Hamas?
This was in Lebanon.
Oh wait.
This was in Lebanon.
Oh, okay. You're talking about Lebanon. Okay, so Lebanon, amazing. You don't think that Hezbollah are doing the same thing as Hamas? You don't? Think
no, there's no evidence of it. You'd have to show me.
There's no evidence of what?
There's no evidence of them using ambulances. Can you show me some?
There's no evidence of them using ambulances.
Yeah.
What does that even mean?
That means that Hezbollah is not using ambulances.
There's not one Hezbollah member that's ever stepped foot in an
Go ahead and show me some evidence of that. You got some?
Okay, you're pretty good people, right? That were in.
Jude, our own president is threatening terrorism. He is threatening to bomb bridges, threatening to bomb power plants, desalination. Is that not terrorism?
Deflect. You just deflect like a motherfucker.
You just do
You just
nervous
bro.
laughing. You're just a child.
Why did you just deflect? Why did you just go to Trump when we were talking about Lebanon?
Both parties are holding hands doing war crimes, is what I'm saying.
Amazing, bro. Like, at the end of the day, nobody really asked you how we should fight our enemies that hide in fucking civilian areas. Like,
well, you're gonna have to start come around this next election. You guys are gonna get zero funding from us. You're gonna get abandoned on the world stage. Abandoned. You're done.
Our GDP is 600 billion, 15th in the world. I think we'll be just fine.
Good.
Baby.
Good. We'll see if I think it's like 9 countries now have just completely. 9 countries now have completely cut off all Israelis from entering the country. All of y'all are not allowed in their countries.
Can you imagine, bro? 7 million Jews, 15th GDP in the fucking world.
Cool, man. California's 3rd.
And how many people live in California?
40 million.
Oh, okay. And how many Jews live in Israel?
I don't know how many.
7 million. So you're talking about 7 to 40. You're saying 7 million Jews have a higher GDP than 40 million Americans. I mean,
cool.
The ones in California make sense, honestly.
Cool. Well, I think that you guys are gonna have a real hard time. You have a real hard time.
Making money. Y'all
are subsidized by us.
You're talking to Jewish people. You think we don't know how to find money, bro?
You're gonna be cut off, man. You're gonna be cut off from the world. You're gonna be cut off.
Buddy, it like you're gonna is like a.
It's happening already. What do you mean? It's happening already.
It's happening already. Okay, mate. So when it fully happens, let me know.
When it fully happens, it's all right. I'll let you know. I'll wake you up.
When Israel literally tell me when we're literally down to the last like stone and we're throwing stones at the Palestinians, let me know. Let me know when we have no bullets left. Like, let me know. Like,
I know that's y'all's wet dream, right? It's in the holy book.
That's your wet dream. You think that's gonna happen, bro?
Nobody. I'm platforming you because I want everyone to hear how disgusting you are. I want everybody who supports the Israeli government. I want them to hear how disgusting you are.
Yeah, listen, guys, to how we're gonna destroy these terrorists, guys. Just listen and watch. Don't forget to open your beautiful eyes, also.
You guys, we have videos of y'all just leveling small towns. No, apparently, the whole towns were terrorists.
No,
we have it's something like 3,000 civilian casualties. 3,000.
Let me explain to you how war works. So if you're a terrorist, right, and you decide to go into a civilian area, right, and you start shooting from that area, right, and then the military comes and bombs the shit out of that area, all the death is on you because you, as a soldier or a terrorist, decided to go into civilian areas and put your own
Cool.
people at
So
risk.
now you would just have to
Oh.
prove that an entire town was shooting at Israel.
Name me a military base in Lebanon. Go ahead.
A military base?
Yeah, on the border of Israel and Lebanon. Go ahead.
Okay.
Where are they fighting from? Tell me, where is the Hezbollah fighting from? Civilian areas.
Several key military bases in Lebanon operating Lebanese armed forces, service defense logistics. They got Beirut Air Force, Riyadh Air Force, Bekaa Valley, Hamat Air Force. They got Air Force.
Hezbollah military bases. Hezbollah military bases. Name me one.
Okay.
One.
Again,
One, bro.
can you tell me how these images in these videos of these towns just completely being demolished from the ground up?
I don't know.
Can you tell me about them?
Let's together. Yeah, I got you. Let's together use our big brains, right? Our beautiful brains that God gave us. Ready? Again. So if you're a Hezbollah militant, right, and you have nowhere to fight from, right? Because I guess it's all trees and bushes over there, right? So
no one believes y'all anymore, dude. Nobody believes y'all anymore. No one believes y'all, and the entire world doesn't believe you.
I'm literally explaining to you something, but you said like in the middle of my sentence, nobody believes you.
Yeah, I know. Nobody believes y'all. The whole world is tired of Israel, dude. The whole world. You see that? Just gone, dude.
So why is the whole world? So why is the whole world not fucking done something?
No one's doing anything on your behalf. Nobody else is gonna be doing shit on your behalf, dude. We're all done with you.
Fire, bro.
Nobody wants anything to do with y'all. That's y'all. That whole place was terrorists? That too?
No, it's called the fucking destroying military
objectives. Look at that. Those are military. The whole thing was? That's wild.
Yes, if you're gonna use a town to fight from, we're gonna bomb the fuck out of you. Oh my god, rocket science, guys.
Here's some rocket science for you. What do you think happens to the civilians who survive? Do you think that those people become radicalized against you?
What do we think? We don't give a fuck. Really.
You don't think is what you're saying. You don't think.
We don't really give a shit about those people.
I know you don't. That's why nobody likes you. Nobody likes you. You guys can go back to Israel and love your authoritarian leader, dude.
You want us to go back to Israel? Occupying it.
Love it.
We're occupying it, bro.
Dude, I get it. I get it. You guys can go do your thing and be super smart and have your high GDP over there. Go for it.
Bro.
Did I say that?
Yes. Yes, brother.
No.
No, you just said we should go back to Israel.
No, I said you can.
Aren't you like a free Palestine kind of dude?
I am actually. Yeah, you guys are terrorizing the entire Middle East. You guys are disgusting.
You're a free Palestine guy.
Even Kim Jong-un calls Israel a terrorist state. Even Kim Jong-un sees this. Free Palestine. Let's get some free Palestine in the chat.
Hey, what's up?
What's up, man?
Yeah, first things first, I'm like not hella opposition. I was just curious about like your Israel takes, but
okay, I think Israel sucks. I think the state of Israel's fascist.
Yeah, I guess I wouldn't disagree. The issue is like I feel like we can oftentimes assert these things, but the actual like solution and the prescription for these problems are oftentimes kind of multifaceted and ambiguous. So I kind of want to just like ask you, like, I don't know, do you think like the destruction of the Israeli state is something the United States should engage in, or is that like not on the table?
I think that we should not engage in them with them at all. I think we should defund them. I think we should stop sending them billions of dollars. I think we should stop being explicit trade partners with them. I think that Jared Kushner needs to be tried as well for facilitating these types of things between them and the Saudis. I think that all of this needs to be brought to the ICC or the Hague, and I think they all need to be tried for crimes against humanity, just like Hitler.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily disagree. I mean, I guess like the only contention I would have is like as long as we're not advocating for like the destruction of the Israeli state, you know, like that's the only like I guess like I mean you didn't really answer the question, so I'm not really sure if you
I said no. I
advocate for the
don't feel like
destruction of
we
it.
need to
Okay.
destroy anything. No.
Okay. I mean, yeah, I guess in that case I would agree with you. So sorry for wasting your time, bro.
All right, man. No problem. The only way to stand up to people who do terrorism is to lead by example, and I don't think that like engaging in what Israel does is the answer. Israel's justified every bit of their terrorism with like prior acts of terrorism, so I don't think we need that. All right, I'm gonna put my phone line up, y'all. The phone line is on. If you guys want to call in, the phone is on. Ugh, it's gross. The way that person was so upbeat and just like, yeah, of course, those people we bombed were terrorists. With no proof, dude. No one's been debating all day. Is Kash Patel getting in y'all's feelings? Are you guys slowly finding out that Trump hired extremely unqualified people? Drunken idiots? Everyone's been unhinged today. Yeah. Definitely not merit-based, yeah. Unless they were specifically looking for people with experience in drinking and like a flagrant disrespect for the law. MAGA's scared. They should be, dude. Either that or they're watching. Is Trump reading his Bible stuff today? Is he on his Bible marathon? What a sad, pathetic man. He's doing a week-long Bible marathon. It started yesterday, featuring pre-recorded reading from 2 Chronicles 7 in the Oval Office. Of course it's pre-recorded, because he's gonna have a million... I want to know how chopped up this video is, dude. Yeah, Trump's doing it. Trump's doing a Bible reading. I think this is to, like, counter his stupid Jesus AI picture. Yeah. Guys, don't worry. He's a real Christian. He's going to read the Bible. And that'll prove it. Dr. Christ. Sir Dr. Christ. Chat, let's get to like 50K really quick on taps. If you're a Trump supporter, you want to debate, hop in the box or call the phone number on the screen. It's on the screen for YouTube. It's right here. Yeah, MAGA will believe it, guys. Don't worry. MAGA, how do you feel about Trump being Christian again? Because he reads the Bible. You thought it was to counter Pete reading a Bible verse? It's, I mean, all of that, I guess. I thought he was Jewish. No, his son-in-law is. And his daughter is. TDS is real, y'all. You shouldn't be worried at all about nothing because the whole world's burning down, but it's 40 chiss. It's 40 chiss. You got TDS. What up, Infectious? What's up, Waffle? Guys, I wonder if I sold Bibles, if MAGA would buy them. I feel like that's how gullible they are. Thank you for the sheep leap. Thank you so much, Witchy. Look at those. Chat, Christian, say it with me. The Lord is my shepherd. Make them gold? Yeah. I think I can do Trump's signatures, just a bunch of KKK members with their hood on. Have y'all seen that video? Well, someone like looks at Trump's signature and they're like, wait. And he like zooms in, he's like, oh, Trump's whole signature is a bunch of KKK people. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop on up here, guys. Shouldn't be hard. He's the best president ever. He's the best president of all time. You should have like a laundry list of things to tell me why you love him. Have I had my apples today? I've only had one apple. I ordered apples. I ordered 25 apples from Amazon and they didn't make it. They got returned. Someone probably dropped my bag of apples. Cheese block check. I woke up this morning, first thing I did was finish my Pepper Jack Monterey cheese block. Most of us don't work tips or overtime. What have we gained? Even if you do, the way that works is so funny. These people are coming out of the woodworks being pissed off because you know how like in overtime you get 1.5 times pay? Well, you still get taxed on this. This is the only thing that's tax-free. And it's only up to like, I think it's like 12K or I think it's 12K. 12 or 25K. It's crumbs, yeah. It's nothing. And then you got to pay tariffs. So, and then you got to pay Trump's gas tax as well. Since gas and tariffs, it's all eating this up. 12,500. It's a deduction, yeah. Democrats in my state just raised tax on, yeah. So Democrats are the only party who will raise taxes to balance the budget, and Republicans never will. So for as long as Republicans exist, blue states have to almost double time and like pay for the red states to pay their bills, because Republicans can't fathom balancing a budget. They just don't want to pay any taxes. They don't want to participate. They want us to come clean up after them. Trump reading the Bible he can't read. I know. He's got Kamala's earring on and someone's reading it to him. Let's be real. Did I like Train to Busan? I did. I need to watch it again, honestly. I fell asleep at the end. My state raised taxes because they couldn't balance the budget. I mean, there's not a single red state that can balance their budget unless you know one other than Florida. They never balance the budget. Democrats have to come in and pay their bills every year. Like babies. You guys are just babies. Thank y'all for 50K. Thank you so much. For all the anti-DEIA shit I hear, don't mention their emotional support trust. Florida has a high property rate. So most red states have a huge property tax. Most red states make up for their income tax with property tax. In fact, it's cheaper in taxes to live in California if in the bottom 60% than it is to live in Texas. You have a lower effective tax rate. All of that bullshit with like high taxes in California is just billionaire propaganda. Baby's like your Final Fantasy character. Stop it. Thank you for the sheeps. As an Allen, Texas resident, nice. Shout out to my neighbors. Republicans oppose improvements and then take credit if they pass. Yeah. Yup. Republicans are worthless, dude. They could literally just be gone tomorrow, the whole party, and the world would be objectively safer and better. Objectively. I think I will never forget the time I heard this, but Republicans are like an actual existential threat to humanity because they don't even believe in man-made climate change. They will burn this motherfucker down for big oil. They don't care. They don't care. Trump waging war on green energy, telling us the windmills cause cancer in whales and shit, like that kind of outlandish bullshit. You guys love it. And they don't believe food is a human right. Yeah. Unfortunately, we keep getting run by death cults. So true. We need to call it what it is, dude. I'm sorry. Someone needs to get this to every senator, every congressperson running in this next race that's going to be doing any sort of debates. We need to absolutely shame the Republicans with the same talking points that they did with us. We'll get back to that. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir.
Cool. What do you like about Trump?
I don't think bringing the country together, brother. You know, just how weird it is. I live in South Texas, man, and it's just crazy because you can see when like Biden had it the last 4 years, and when it was like the border was open, man, more death and destruction, dude. You don't have a country, brother, unless you have it sealed on both sides, and I can prove it to you, man. Because when we had to bury that lady and her daughter, my buddy's 1,000-acre ranch and stuff, it slowed down once you have a solid thing and stuff. So I just don't understand your hatred for him, man.
So
Most people voted for him, sir. I'm listening to him.
Trump lied mostly about the border, and he did like 10 years of misinformation on it. So even if I showed you the data on it, you wouldn't believe me. It would be like telling you I have a flying pig.
Yes, sir. I agree with you. Because a lot of things, man, it's like it sucks. It really does. Because it's like we're supposed to be American.
How many people? First of all, Trump is not uniting anybody. We are more divided than ever because Trump is very extreme. We have families divorced.
The people voted for him.
The families that are getting divorced, the families that are separated. I mean, tons of people, and Trump has spent most of his time most of his time demonizing the left, which is very unique for a president.
Well, that's what sucks about it, doesn't it? You gotta do good answers, brother, instead of just I hate Trump. You feel me? I voted for the dude three times, man.
There's presidents that unite, and there's presidents who don't. Trump is not a uniter. So I think that's fake.
You'd be surprised, brother. You'd be surprised. Down here, we all love him. And
I'm in Texas too. I don't care about you and your like 3 friends at the tire shop. I'm talking about the whole like society.
Oh no, yeah, society voted for him. Most Americans who voted for this man. So you should appreciate your president.
I'm sorry, they voted on lies, didn't they?
In the world. Yeah. You should appreciate that you live in the best country that's ever existed. And then I'm sorry you don't like things about your president, but he is yours. I just don't understand your whine.
You didn't like Biden, right?
Not a big fan, but he was still my president. I still respected him and supported him. He was a senile old fuck.
Highly doubt it. Trump is more senile than Trump.
I wouldn't say so at all, brother.
I would.
You have your eyes, and you can like see with your eyes. You could totally tell that Biden was like.
What's the most insane thing Biden said? Because I've got Trump saying that there were airports in the Revolutionary War, that magnets go poof underneath water, that we should nuke hurricanes, that Puerto Rico has its own president.
I'm worried about it, bro. Why does it make you so upset, dude? Just remember that we voted for him.
I don't care that you voted for him. I don't really care about that. Like you guys keep saying that. I know that y'all were lied to.
You're on the wrong side of history.
You're on the wrong side. You guys were lied to, right? What's Project 2025? Do you know?
What's Acronomicon 5872, this, that, and the other? You're on the wrong side of history, brother. And I feel bad for you every day, always whining about it. And you got to be a man.
Can you tell me what Project 2025 is?
I haven't heard about it or worried about it, brother. But what is it?
You haven't heard about it. So it's the thing that Trump distanced himself from, that he promised us was not part of his plans for this country, and it was liberal propaganda. I was getting people up here snarling at the mouth, telling me that I was lying and spreading misinformation, that Project 2025 was not Trump's, and here we are. Trump is 60% done with it. So he lied to get votes, right?
With all that said, brother, he's still our president. I just think you're cherry picking.
I'm not a drone. I'm not a drone and just go, oh, he's my president. I love him. That's silly. That's silly.
Well, you can giggle all you want. I'm just not going to sit here every day, make a podcast, or do what you do, bro. Like whining every day, 24 hours a day about how.
Like Charlie Kirk?
God bless his soul. That was horrible what happened to him, man.
Yeah, he cried every day too, right?
No, he went around the country and he went to college campuses, just speaking his
to talk to kids.
The man deserved to adults, grown ass people, dumbass.
To indoctrinate kids.
You're not allowed to vote, you dumbass kids.
To indoctrinate unknowing freshman kids.
Why did you just call them kids when they're adults going to college?
Their frontal lobes are not even developed. He's indoctrinating them. So the only side in trying to indoctrinate kids with the Bible and all that shit, going to schools, would be the right.
Well, that's a good thing, brother. I'm a Christian. I believe in Jesus.
How old is the Earth?
Long time, brother. But the idea is,
how old is the Earth?
You're a godless cretin. I feel bad for you, brother.
How old is the Earth?
You hate America. How old is the Earth? How old is your fucking sense of hating the country?
So you don't know how old the Earth is?
I don't think scientists got it figured out, bro. I don't think there's an actual number.
And you guys are the ones who shame us about not knowing like what a woman is. You don't know how old the Earth is?
You can't define what a woman is. Define it.
How many genders are there?
2, male and
Can you
female.
find me a source for that?
Just simply growing up and realizing when you come out of the womb, you're either a boy or a girl. Every cell in your body, these are XX or XY. And
That's
we
not
have
true.
billions
You
of
could have
cells in our body. They either
XYX,
have a dick.
XXX. There's 16
That's a
variations, isn't there?
disease, brother. But it doesn't like
It's a
switch it out to,
condition.
like you're gonna be like a tall. Yeah, it doesn't mean you're gonna be like 7 foot tall with a vagina. Doesn't mean you're gonna look like JJ Watt with a pussy.
Yes, actually,
Like,
it could.
No,
It could
doesn't.
mean that. Yeah, it could.
You believe in some crazy shit, brother.
And
God
you're the
bless
one
you.
who believes in the Bible, right? Like talking snakes
I
and
do.
shit.
I love my Lord and Savior. Yeah, you
right.
know how I found him, bro?
Got it.
I saw the paranormal, dude. Can I tell you this, please? I lived in a really haunted place in America, dude, and you can't shoot a ghost. You know what I mean? We live in Texas. We got open carry. You can't shoot a ghost, bro. You got.
I live in Dallas. If you believe in ghosts and stuff, that's fun. That's fun. But I don't.
It's not fun.
I don't believe in that
Wish it
stuff.
was
I don't
fake,
believe in
bro.
witchcraft and magic. I don't do that.
Brother, me neither. Me neither, dude. Until you see it. So I kind of.
You absolutely do, right? You believe in the Christian doctrine?
I believe in ghosts.
You believe in the Christian doctrine?
Yes, I love Jesus Christ.
So
yeah,
I get that.
Soul. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Well, people are starting to not believe that. 1% of America every year stops believing it, and it's going to be about less than 50%.
Why do you want this godless world? It made our country
because
beautiful.
I want people who know.
Defend.
I want people who can use
God is
science. I want people who can actually think in a worldly way that is productive.
But I've seen people who like studied it for years, bro, and then they go, "I'm going back to the Bible every time," because even the scientists can't explain it. Bro.
That's not true. Actually, I think it's like
no, it's very true.
I think 7 out of 10 top-level scientists do not believe in God.
Well, when you look at the cosmos and you look at that, it just put a real definite number on everything. He created everything, bro. You're just putting numbers and dials on everything. But I'm just telling you, bro, man. I see you on here all the time. Just seems like.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What if you're Jewish and you grow up Jewish and you have 8 genders? Do you believe in their freedom to believe in 8 genders?
I guess you could. Can I ask you this, please, sir? Okay, how about this? We're gonna do this real quick. You're gonna be my doctor, sir, and I'm gonna be a patient. Okay. I'm gonna come to you and I'm gonna say, sir, I think the radio is talking to me. Now, you as a doctor, you're going to be like, you're right, son. The radio is talking to you. If you buy into one sickness, it's going to make a sick person sicker. You understand? There's only boys.
That's not how that
in
works.
between.
So we have.
That's very much how that works. You buy into
No, it's not.
Brother, it makes a sick person sicker. No, it totally is. If you told me that the walls were talking to you and I'm your doctor and I was like, you're right, brother. The walls are talking to you. That's going to make.
Okay, I'm going to help you out with this. There's a thing called gender dysphoria. And we've tried all sorts of things, antidepressants. We've tried Jesus and all that shit. None of that works. But it just so happens that affirming their gender helps them stop committing suicide. It helps them stop. Yeah. That's not what the science says. That's not what the science says.
No, all the studies. Because if you look at the studies, bro, transgender people have a higher suicide rate than Jewish people under Nazi concentration. So you're telling
I know.
That, transgender people are getting bullied more than Jewish people kill themselves. No, it's a mass mental illness. No, that's wrong because we live in America.
Excuse me.
With a boob job, and we don't kill them.
Every single time we have studies that show that when these people are given gender affirming care, their suicidality reduces by 70%.
More.
It's 70% reduction.
I've actually. Well, that's the thing. We're talking about studies, brother. We both have the
same
Google.
You don't have any studies.
Internet, bro. No, we do, because what I'm seeing is fucking people are killing themselves more after the.
You're not seeing anything. Can you give me a study that shows that? Can you study?
Brother, I don't have to see a study. No, boys can't turn into girls. I can cut my dick off and put a wig on, but I'll never be a lady.
I think you're just bigoted. I think you guys are just resistant.
It's not bigoted. It's not buying into mental illness because you want to save people, right? You don't want to buy into their sickness.
So we have nothing but science that shows us that gender affirming care stops people.
Well, I beg to differ, brother. I'd look into the science that shows that frickin' they're killing themselves just as much or at a more higher level post.
It's not a thing.
So I believe you're wrong, bro. Yeah.
It's not a thing.
No, it is a thing.
It's not. We have all the science. That's why scientists do this now. Still, that's why doctors do this.
Dude, if I told you the radio is talking to me, and you're the doctor, and you're like, you're right, son. The radio is talking to you. What do you think that's?
So that's schizophrenia. Okay, there's a different treatment for that. We have science for that, right?
But yeah, if I think I'm something fake, it's fake though, bro. I'm a dude.
That's not a
6'5"
thing.
Man with a giant dick, bro. I cut my dick off and put a wig on. I can't turn into a lady. But you, as the doctor, you're gonna say, "You're right, Jordan. You can." You're gonna make. Do you not understand that?
I can do the same thing.
You're
So
gonna buy, you're
I
buying
can do the
into
same thing with
delusion,
you.
brother.
I can do the same
And
thing
that's
with
not
you.
healthy for anybody.
All right, I'll help you out. I'm gonna give you exact same analogy. Okay. You have a lesion on your leg. Do you think the right move would to be to take a scalpel and cut your leg even more? Because that's what
No,
doctors
not at all.
do. That's what they do. They do
Well,
surgery
if
on
you have to
people with
get it, if you have to get it out.
lesions.
But
Yeah.
that's a lesion. That's not,
That
that's
just
not
makes no sense.
castrating
Why would you
yourself. What
why
is-
would you take a knife to somebody who has a cut?
Because
See how
that's
stupid
getting
I can
the
be?
root
I
out.
can
It's
be
like having
stupid
a
just like
pimple.
you.
Sometimes you have to cut it out. It's not like cutting your whole
So
dick off.
now
It's
you
not
understand
healthy body
nuance.
parts.
Now you understand nuance. Got it.
You're confusing this for cutting off whole healthy body parts. I don't think it's necessary for
No
anyone to cut
no
off their body
doctors
part ever.
No doctors
Ever.
say that everybody should go cut their body parts off. No doctor says that.
Well,
And after years and years and
no
years
doctor
of
should ever do
investigating,
it. It should never be legal. It should never be legal. Why would a kid or a person cut off healthy body parts?
for gender affirming so they don't kill themselves.
Because we're going to push into their mental sickness. Well,
Because
dude, how about this? Just play. Okay, I'm listening. Go on.
it is a very rare case that people do that. But for the most part, people
I wish it was as rare as you thought, brother.
okay, and
I wish it was as rare
people
as you thought.
for the most part, they just want to be called by a different name. They want to wear something different. That's it. That's all it takes. And for you to respect them also helps them not commit suicide, right?
You're right. Hey, Fairy, I gotta call you Fairy, or you'll go kill yourself. Do you not realize how?
Do you think that people who get bullied end up killing themselves? Do you think that leads to killing themselves?
Right, but then there's also strong love, though. I would, because that's the thing. I actually have this that affected my family, brother. So check this out. So, like, I had a cousin a few years ago. She's 19 years old, can't keep a job, can't keep this, can't keep that. The family's crazy. Well, they let her cut her tits off. Well, guess what? She wants her boobies back, brother. All these kids and their parents are like,
what's the percent of people?
Weird and stuff.
What's the
Have
percent?
you not seen the trans? A big one, brother.
Have you seen? No, it's not.
Yes, have you not seen the trans regret thing on Facebook? Where
I have. We just look at the
want their
science.
Healthy body parts back because people like you.
We just look at the science. It's a 2% regret rate. 2%.
Oh my God.
Dude. 2. What's the regret rate for knee surgery?
Anything you read, brother. You're a sick man.
What's the regret rate for knee surgery, man?
Back, you're saying no.
What's the regret rate?
They don't feel that way. I mean, because I read a study somewhere. It's only 2 of these kids. No, actually, the trans regret movement is huge, brother. All these kids that got castrated and their parents like did it, and then they grow up and they're like, "What the fuck you're supposed to say?"
That's not a thing either.
Society, parents,
it's not a thing.
Not buying to this sickness that some dweeb with beady eyes on the internet said only 2%. No, brother, it's evil. It's pure hate. It's evil to castrate a children or even an adult, rather.
Hey, man.
Yeah, you know why do you like that?
How many people in America get their genitals mutilated at birth because of Christianity?
Oh, I'm a circumcised man. See, it just shows.
So they mutilated your genitals? You're totally cool with that?
You don't understand. You're just simply talking about it on like simple little like boyish like childish terms. It's more of a health thing because like I'm circumcised. My best friend is and he has 3 kids and he says it's stank dick and like it's ripped. It's just horrible things. Why wouldn't you? It's a little bit of skin that goes over the head of our dick, bro. So we don't get stank dick. And you're thinking about it as like fucking
we take showers.
Off someone's dick or
people can take showers and clean themselves. It's pretty easy.
Children mutilation because we got the little skin off so we don't get stank.
That's mutilation. Yeah, it's mutilation. It's superstitious, right?
Well, I'm glad I got mutilated so I don't get stank dick. They don't call me cotton cheese dick, and I'm telling you, bro, you just look at everything. Just smoke a little bud, bro. Calm down. Life is awesome. You know what I mean? Instead of being hateful all the time and
hey man,
about the president,
I would smoke some bud, but guess what? Our president and our governor just made it illegal again. So because he's Christian.
Well, I'm Christian too, and I can't be honest with you for 1 second. I don't think that the Republicans have gotten it right with cannabis and marijuana, but I'm not going to sit here and bitch about it 24/7.
I know you're just a simp.
I work hard and do the right thing. I work
most
hard.
Most people that are right wing and Christian are simps for authoritarian figures and for people to control their lives.
Well, that's weird, man, because you're saying that most people who voted for Trump is that way, and that's just false. You're on the wrong side of history. You don't understand the common American person. You don't understand the needs of the country, and it just goes to show you'll be on the wrong side of history. They're like real men like Trump.
Real men like
real
Trump.
Hot chicks, yeah, real hot chicks. Like you can just simply look at it with your eyes, bro. Watch it.
I do.
The 2016 things, yeah, you can see all the fat blue-haired chicks like Hillary Clinton and all the hot chicks in red dresses like Trump. So what side do you want to be on just off the jump?
I wish it were that simple. I wish I were that dumb.
It is. It really is. The fat blue-haired chicks that are screaming about abortion, never been fucked in their life, or the hot beautiful blondes. Who
Dog,
are
I
like,
just
dude,
had
that
one of
was a
y'all.
man thing.
I
Like,
just
this
had
is-
one of y'all up here yesterday that was a virgin, a grown adult virgin, talking about abortion, thinking he knew what was that. He had no idea.
Well, that's what I'm saying, bro. I don't know, man. I'll be up phone with you, but no, just keep up, bro. I just don't understand the hatred. This is America. We're all American citizens. I don't know why you hate it so much here for, brother. It's I've been around,
Because
man.
the whole world is looking at us like the bad guys right now because of y'all. The whole world is divorced from
Not
us.
because of y'all. It's because of well, guess what? These people over there. I don't like war. I mean, war is evil. No matter what these people have been saying in America for 50 years. I'm glad we're stomping them out like cockroaches, bro. Instead of letting, we're not giving them nuclear weapons. Yeah, we need to stomp them out like cockroaches. Biggest state organized sponsor of what's it called?
Israel?
All that bullshit for terrorism, all that shit. We're done, dude.
I think Israel's that. You're talking about Israel?
Israel, no, Iran.
Oh, okay. When's the last time Iran? Iran has Israel's attacked 6 countries in the last year. How many has Iran attacked? How many has Iran attacked?
Iran's never done nothing bad. Oh, I wonder. But it doesn't matter. We're squashing them like cockroaches.
Okay.
We put them in.
Don't
power.
think, all right? Just let the orange man think for you. Don't think.
We put them in power for a reason, bro. These people are nasty and they want to kill us. You just want to sit there and do nothing and let them hurt us. You're dweeby ass beady.
What were they doing to hurt us?
Like, let's do nothing.
What were they doing to hurt us? You're right. I love high gas prices. I love.
They've done nothing.
I love high gas prices. I love tanking the world economy and every single one of our allies saying, "Hey, this is wrong."
Go hang out with a chick. Go have
every one of.
Stop being so like.
Go enlist, dude.
Because at the end of the day, you're wrong. Because we voted him into power. So at the end of the day,
that doesn't trump anything.
And why, you don't have any good ideas, any new future, and that's the thing. But I think it's the nerdy dweebs like you who push the evil transgender movement is the reason Trump's in power. Now we got Trump for 2 years, and then probably gonna be 8 years of Republican rule after that. So it's nerds like you.
I think we need to go on stage and ask every single Republican how old the Earth is, or if they believe in dinosaurs. And we need to show the world how silly y'all are. We need to show the world how silly y'all are and how stupid y'all are.
Not silly, bro. We won. You're a sore loser. Okay? Now, what I would do if I was you is I would say, hey, I didn't agree with some things, yada yada. He's still my president, and
he's still my president.
And I'm gonna
mind the rule. I'm gonna
you're
live
like a little woman. You're like a little girl, and your pussy hurts. Like it's like making you upset. Be a
I'm
man
a simpleton.
And realize you lost, and your opinions were wrong. And yeah.
Gail, thank you so much for the $40. Get this disgusting fuck out of here. No hate like Christian love. Thank you, Gail. W. Gail's in the chat. W. Gail's. Guys, remember, next time you don't like your government, shut up and love your president. Do not criticize him. That's un-American. W. Gale. AutoZone's brightest. Hello?
Hi. I just wanted to talk to little homie because he had some feelings about gender affirming care. And as someone who got my gender affirming care almost 3 years ago, I can say wholeheartedly that I do not regret it. It was the best decision I ever made in my life.
Love that. I don't have it set up to where I can have my guests talk to the phone yet. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'm sorry. But yeah, if you want to give us another spiel about it real quick, you're welcome to.
Yeah, so I got my gender affirming care 3 years ago. I got a breast reduction. I had wanted one since I was 9 years old when my boobs started coming in. And I was told for the first time when I was about 12 that I wasn't going to be allowed to because I might want children one day and I wouldn't, my husband might not like it. And I was told the same thing at 15 and the same thing at 18 and the same thing at 20. I got it done when I was just 30 at the time, and best decision I ever made. I literally regret not getting it sooner because my body looks so much better now. And you can go see those in my, like you can literally see the transition from where I was. I was sick of being sexualized. I was sick of being harassed all the time. And it was gender affirming care. Women, cis people get it too all the time. You know, Andrew, who's over here, he got his, his hairline fixed. You know, we all do it. You know, this is gender affirming care, making yourself look pretty. So like, yeah, to little homie, I don't regret it. And speaking to the trans issue, and talking about that. This is a when they regret their transition, it is not because they regret their transition. It's because their support system does not support them. It is because the people in their communities don't support them. And this dude was hung up on other people's genitals, and that's gross. And the fact that he's out here telling the whole world that women shouldn't get breast reductions, that's hypersexualization. It's gross. Do something better, go unpack that in therapy, because nakedness is not inherently sexual. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say. But
Thank
good
you.
to see you, Pickles.
You too. Good to see you, and congrats.
Thanks. I'm doing the thing, and I'm running for Congress this time. I'm still running. Like, I've been running the entire time. So guys, help a grassroots candidate out if you can. Pickles, thank you for having me.
Anytime.
I super appreciate you, and yeah, tell him to fuck off.
All right. Well, good luck, and everyone follow. Everyone follow.
Thank you so much. I hope you have a great day.
You too.
Bye.
Yeah, it's weird how submissive these grown men are. Guys, stop asking questions about what the government's doing. Stop having your own ideas and just mindlessly support our tax dollars killing innocent kids. No, I didn't get my main account back. Chat, this is a new account, by the way. If you haven't followed me, give me a follow. Also, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box. Damn, look at all the follows. Thank you. Oh, goodness gracious, guys. I'm waking up. I just took a nap. I just took a nap. Something's going on. Like, I woke up this morning. I got like 8 hours of sleep. And then I was gaming. And I literally just like almost fell asleep gaming in my chair like for the first hour. Took a nap. Here we are. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Hello, Trey. Good day. This is Bella, and I'm responding to the application you submitted for health insurance.
David, did you try to sign me up for health insurance? It's David, what's going on here? That is too funny. MAGA's down so bad they're getting clever. Yeah, why is he watching my show? There is a Bible reading marathon going on at the White House. Why are you watching this? Okay. Have I tried Alanis? I haven't. I should go through it and show how insurance would be for an average American. I don't know how I got a telemarketer on my call line. I'll be in DFW in June. Tell me your favorite spot I should go to. Otaru Sushi. Otaru Sushi. Average American care just for me and my husband. It's $1,300 per month for crap care. Probably high deductible too. I bet it's like $6,000 deductible. Yeah. Sushi in Texas freaks me out. Don't let it freak you out. It's good. Is that where we're going? Yes, Waffle. That's where we're going. $6,000 deductibles are fucking stupid. 7,000 to make it 80-20. Oh my god. Don't be scared of Texas sushi. Yeah. This place actually gets their sushi from like Japan. So I'm not gonna say it's like from the ocean that neighbors Texas, but it's good. It's really good. HEB has some of the best sushi in Texas. I still haven't been to an HEB in Texas. I used to live in Nevada and they had them. That's right, y'all. I am a Kamala voter, and if she runs again, I vote for her. Depending on who else is running. Pete Buttigieg is running. So I think whoever is on a ticket with Pete, I'm going to be going for. Come on up and talk to me, Jay. Tell me your educated opinion on why Trump's better than Kamala. I'd vote for her again, too. There's nothing wrong with Kamala. It's just the insane hillbilly like laughter and weird misogyny that comes out when they see Kamala run for president. I'm on Facebook still for some reason, and every single post that has anything of Kamala, any sort of semblance of it, Trump has done a good campaign, like saying weird shit about her. I guess that hillbillies are just immediately like, that's not a stupid orange man. I'm not voting for that. Would I vote for Kamala over Newsom? Yeah. Word salad shows strength. I guess Trump's shark and battery speech really got you then, huh? Ten teeth per commoner. Yeah. Better choice than her. Sure. Maybe Kamala won't treat inflation as transitory. I don't know what that means. It's the same marketing call. The fuck? Is Kamala progressive enough for me? I mean, we can't fuck this up. Whoever runs needs to pull the reins out of Republicans' hands. So whoever it is, I'm for it. I think Kamala and Joe Biden got inflation from 9% to 3%. So whatever they treated inflation as, they should just do that again. Am I pro-Israel? No. I still have yet to see any proposals. You'll never see a Kamala's or any candidates' proposals for their bid for presidency on the left. You'll never see it if you're MAGA, if you're on the right, because y'all don't actually look for those. You look for the person spouting hateful shit, like how Kamala's not black. That was Trump's policy. You don't know what Kamala's or anybody's policy is on the left, for that matter, because you guys probably only go about an inch deep into politics. I think Trump has gone three runs without actual policy. Just bullshit like build a wall, and the border's wide open. The border's wide open. Trump is just bumper sticker politics. True. I'm smart. I know politics. I voted for Trump. Am I progressive or Democrat? I'm progressive. I'm progressive. Science says fascists have small dinghies. Conservatives are America first. America first. Gut Social Security, gut Medicare, gut Medicaid. Stop feeding poor children. Gut all of the soft power that saved child's lives overseas. And then spend hundreds of billions of dollars overseas. Bombing people. That's America first. America first. Bankrupt the country and add zero benefits to everyday Americans. That's what conservatives do. Have you seen what the soldiers overseas are eating? Have you guys seen how they have to ration their food? Look at that. There's 3 empty spots here on this tray. This slice of meat looks shiny. I don't know what the fuck that is. They're starving, dude. And all of this bullshit, like Jay just said, 300 million for transgender studies in Uganda. Didn't happen. You guys bought that without any evidence. Meanwhile, that was a $9 million or billion-dollar program that we did with USAID. Trump's going to single-handedly get $10 billion from our government because someone got his tax returns. He's single-handedly, we could easily have continued that program twice. What happened to all the steak and lobster? I think Pete and Cash Patel went on benders and ate a bunch of steak and lobster in the VIP room. I think that's where all that money went, dude. We need to fight dirty, chat. We need to fight dirty. We need to like find line items in Republican states that fund them and claim that they're for like reenactments of Noah's Ark and shit, and just absolutely shit on them and gut all of their funding. What's this? A Confederacy reenactment guild? Cut. You guys want $300 million to reenact the Battle of Gettysburg? False. We're cutting those motherfuckers. We need to play dirty, chat. Every single congressperson that runs for a seat this midterm needs to shit on these Bible-thumping idiots. Ask them how old the earth is. Ask them about dinosaurs on stage and just fucking shit on them. The same thing they did with us with men can't be women and shit. We need to do that. Did you believe in a talking snake? And watch them double down on either saying, no, they don't, and watch every Christian abandon them in their platform, or watch them fumble and say they do believe in talking snakes, and watch every secular person abandon them. Christina, thank you so much. I put a video in Discord under general chat. It's Brennan Perez. You got to play it. Couldn't believe my ears. Plus the source at the end. Thank you for the $2, Christina. Ask them why they're supplying boom booms to a country and then they're pro-life. Yeah. Ask them if they believe a man lived inside of a whale. Did you believe in a world flood? And you're the one handling our science and health department? I don't know. I don't know if you're... I don't know if... Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Hey, this is Caden responding to a request for health coverage. Are we looking for individual or family coverage today?
I would like to be taken off of this call list. Somebody did this as a prank. I can just change my phone number real quick. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, are you a Trump supporter?
This is Larry from healthcare.gov. Just wanted to see what kind of coverage you're interested in today.
That's hilarious. Are you a Trump supporter?
Hell yeah, brother.
Cool. What do you like about Trump?
Honestly, I'm super into mythological creatures. And so like the way he stands reminds me of a centaur, so I'm super interested in that. Like I'm really into it, but I also like his foreign policy, specifically what he's doing with Iran. I think is wonderful. I think it counteracts a lot of the things that we're seeing Russia and China do, and that this is a domino effect of events that are going to lead to making sure that we are secure for years to come. I'm glad to see that a president finally is acknowledging and doing something that we've seen laid out in countless ODNI annual threat assessments by literally every administration.
How come everybody on the world stage is not in agreement with us?
Probably because they're profiting from it, or they don't have the resources to actually do something about it. I think we're finding throughout this conflict that a lot of them are paper tigers, specifically like the United Kingdom. HMS Dragon couldn't even make its way down there without having to return to port. I mean, same with France. I think it was like typhoid fever or something like that broke out on their vessel that was on the way down there. They returned. I don't know. I think we're seeing a lot of stuff happen there. But meanwhile, we were totally fine with sending, I don't know, was it like 192 billion to Yukon specifically for the Ukraine conflict without them actually doing anything on the back end to counteract Russia, like maybe like not buying oil from
You do realize that we've lifted sanctions on
sure.
Russia, right? And they're in a better position now?
Why do you think we would have to do that?
Because Trump fucked up the world economy with oil. Yellow. Oh, he's got a call. So somehow this is a positive and we're showing our strength. But we haven't accomplished a single thing. There's no exit. There's no ideal situation where we pull out and there's a new head of government. There's no regime change possible. That's why nobody wants to partake. There's no actual clear objective.
Oh, sorry about that, Habibi. I got a phone call.
All right. So what's our objective over there? You think we're going to be able to manage to overthrow their government, get a regime change, get their enriched uranium? What do you think?
I don't think regime change is really like what we're shooting for over there. Although I would think that we should. Personally, I think that would be a great thing to have happen. But we might actually
I
get
don't
that out of this when it's all said and done.
I don't
I
think
think that they're limited
I
on
don't think there's a
time in
pathway
which
for
they can
that, is
actually
there?
do
Can
something.
you give me like a pathway for that?
A pathway?
Yeah,
Yeah.
can you break it
All
down
right,
for me?
cool.
How do we
Yeah.
do a regime
Yeah.
change there?
Well, I would say right now, as you make a bunch of people within inside the current regime think that there's somebody within the regime working with the United States, and then also I think you flush out who the people are that are actually calling the shots right now, like we're kind of doing right now. That's why we are demanding that. I'm forgetting the gentleman's name, but there's another Iranian leader that is supposedly calling the shots right now. We are demanding that the person that's actually calling these shots be at the next meeting. When we identify them, it's going to be that much easier for us to target them down the road. But the other
Who are the
thing is,
people?
it comes to. Ooh, I was almost done with my answer for you, but I can
Okay.
stop. Go ahead.
Who are the people we're sending to do this negotiation?
Who are we sending?
Yeah.
Like the hottest, buffest, sexiest little soldiers and politicians.
Like Jared Kushner.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Can you tell me a little
He's
bit
hot.
about Jared Kushner's involvement in the Middle East outside of this conflict?
Yeah, sure. Like programs for like resorts and like stuff like that is like what you're talking about. What else would you like to talk about? Maybe like
The couple $1 billion he's made off of the trade agreements between
Good for
Saudi
him.
and Israel?
That's probably a good thing.
For him.
Getting them to work together. Maybe for the Abraham Accords, maybe for the Middle East as well.
Yeah, I know. The Abraham's Accords was just a thing that made Jared Kushner rich.
Wow.
Right?
That's amazing.
What else did it accomplish?
Like every administration and people that get their hands involved in all of this shit. Like, for example, our ambassador to Turkey, that seems like he might be a Turkish ambassador instead of actually one of our ambassadors. That's weird. Why is he getting involved in stuff outside of the countries that he's an ambassador for, like specifically Syria or Iraq? Because that would make it seem like he's working on behalf of Turkey to get deals done in those countries for
Do you
him,
think that
considering they're
he's
in
getting
those companies and they have Kurdish populations?
Do you think that
Ooh.
it's like kosher, or do you think it's normal for these guys to get absolutely rich acting as an ambassador for their countries?
I'm not a fan of it, no. But I would like to see like the actual like concrete stuff and why isn't he being called out for it and
So he is being
I don't know.
investigated right now by Congress,
Is
but
he?
yeah, and
what's the conclusion of the investigation though?
there's no
Well, it
conclusion
hasn't
yet. It just
concluded yet.
started.
There's no.
It just started.
There's none. It just started. That's weird.
Yeah, just like like
Weird how
the
it's
Hunter Biden
I
thing.
hope there's justice at the end if there's any truth to anything that you're saying.
Yeah, so like just like the Hunter Biden thing, I feel like the GOP does this
was
brilliant
like a
thing
pivot out of like bringing the Iran war to a close.
I know,
And
but
I
the
think it's
GOP does this
adorable.
brilliant thing where they
Yeah, they do.
project the problems or the things that they
Sounds
do
like you're
on
doing
the
a
other
lot of
party.
projecting right now. I think
So
you're doing a
Hunter
lot of projecting right
Biden,
now.
that whole thing was a misdirection from Jared Kushner
Where
and
is
his
Hunter
involvement.
Biden at currently? What country
He's
is he in?
I believe he's in the United States, right?
No, his lawyers said that they owe him a shit ton of money. I think it's like to the tune of like $17 million or $16 million.
Who?
And that he's currently out of the country. Hunter Biden owes money to his attorneys. Where is he? Oh, no.
Let's see.
Well, let's check it out. Let's consult the Google machine.
Hunter Biden left the United States after father's term as president. Lawyer reveals Hunter Biden's living outside the United States just over after his father left in Cape Town, South Africa.
He's in Cape Town.
I don't know. I think there's a lot of people, even some of the professors that and the scholars that teach like fascism and stuff, they fled the country too.
Weird. That's so crazy. Why would they feel the need to do that?
Because we're in a fascist country now.
We're in a fascist country? How so? Please elaborate on that for me, Pickles.
I can. Do you know what fascism is?
I do.
Can you give it to me in like one sentence?
I can give it to you in one word.
Okay.
Totalitarianism.
No.
Like that's pretty much what it is. Yeah.
Mm-mm. Sorry. No.
Really?
Yeah. You could say like palingenetic ultranationalism. That's 2 words.
What is ultra nationalism? What is ultra, like what does that do to nationalism?
So like people who scream America first and it's lost like all meaning. That's kind of what I'm talking about. So like when we stop funding Ukraine because America first, but then we go and fund like 7 other side quests that cost twice as much, it becomes meaningless. But ultranationalism kind of points to all those people with like Trump suits, Trump flags, like 700 things wrapped around their truck, Trump tattoos, Trump shoes, Trump coins, Trump everything. That's what ultranationalism is. All the people with the red
Really?
hats, like the cult of personality that Hitler had, that's ultranationalism. That's kind of what Trump and MAGA is.
Do you want me to read like what their stated like purpose of like America First is? Like
Yeah.
directly from the administration?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, perfect. I'm glad we can get here on this. So this is actually what America First. Essential to this approach, and it's America First, peace through strength and common sense. Essential to this approach is being realistic about the scale of threats we face and the resources available to meet those threats. We recognize that it is neither America's duty nor in our nation's interest to act everywhere on our own, nor will we make up for allied security shortfalls from their leaders. Own irresponsible choices. Instead, the department will prioritize the most important, consequential, and dangerous threats to America's interests. We will restore the warrior ethos and rebuild the joint force so that America's enemies never doubt our resolve or ability to respond decisively to those threats. We will insist that allies and partners do their part and lend them a helping hand when they do step up. We will be responsible stewards of Americans' lives, money, and support. So, like I laid out earlier in our conversation, they haven't been stepping up when it comes to Iran or opening up the Strait of Hormuz. Gosh damn, they can't even get their navies down there. It seems like they're not really investing in them or their maintenance for that matter. It doesn't seem
I don't
like
think
they're
anybody
going
wants
along with
to.
their interests.
I don't think anybody
Well,
wants to
that's
hold
kind
hands
of
with
their
Trump.
problem. Yeah, they didn't really want to do things with us when it came to Ukraine either.
They
And
did
instead,
actually.
they're just now going after the shadow fleets. Why weren't they doing it before?
So Biden got 50 countries together to donate to Ukraine. Trump doesn't get any people to help.
That's donating money. What are you
Mhm.
talking about?
Yeah, so
Donating money
those
versus
are people.
action. What are they doing?
Those are people. So if you actually take direct action in a conflict like that, that opens up a whole new war front, doesn't it? So you have
Does
to do
it? That's
donations.
crazy.
Yeah,
You have to do donations?
yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. A
Like
little something for you to
supply,
learn.
also like intelligence and targeting data for them to use, right?
Yeah,
That would be the
stuff
same
like
thing that
that.
would open us up.
So
Kind of like China and Russia have been doing
the
with
the
Iran so far.
the whole last like year and a half, I've had to teach
Uh-huh.
every MAGA I've spoken to about like our agreement with Ukraine and how that works and how that is a threat to us on the world stage and to world peace.
Oh, do you
And
want to go into that?
yeah, I'd love
We can
to.
go into that. I'm sure you can teach me so much about it. Let's learn about it together.
Sure. Have you heard of the pact we made with them in 1994?
I did. Yeah, that was with Clinton where he got him to get rid of their nuclear weapons,
Mm-hmm. It's
right?
the only sovereign country in world history to just give up nukes.
They just gave it up.
Yeah, they gave them to Belarus, right?
Hmm. They sure did.
And who else
That
signed
was
that
probably
pact?
not a good decision,
Who
was
who
it?
else signed that pact?
We did. This
And
administration,
who are the
yeah,
signatories?
that would be the United States.
Oh man, I'm gonna help you out. You're gonna learn something right now. Azerbaijan, Russia, a few other countries. Russia,
Yes.
most
Russia
specifically,
signed it. Yeah.
they knew that if anybody threatened their sovereignty, what was the consequence?
Who's threatening their sovereignty?
The people crossing their border, the 100,000+ soldiers who have been slaughtered on their
Yeah,
way
but like
in to
Russia's
Ukraine.
sovereignty. Who's
How did
questioning that?
so? I'm not saying Russia's sovereignty was threatened. I'm saying
But
Ukraine's
was
sovereignty.
Russia's sovereignty included in this deal?
No,
It wasn't.
no.
Let's consult the Google machine.
Hmm. I've never been talked to so condescendingly by somebody who doesn't know as much.
Ooh.
It's crazy.
I freaking love your hat, by the way.
Thanks.
Hang on, I'm pulling up the exact document now. What the fuck? Why won't it open? Hang on. Seems like NATO expansion was definitely a big part of this.
There's no word about NATO expansion in there at all? Cutie pie?
Well, hang on there, honey bun. Let me find it. Why is it so difficult to find the exact document for whatever reason? Hang on.
Wikipedia has a really good direct link to it.
Wikipedia does.
Mm-hmm. It's called the
I don't
Budapest
use
Memorandum.
Wikipedia. Well, yeah, I know the Budapest Memorandum. It's Budapest, by the way. Give me 1 second here. By the way, while I'm looking for this and trying to find it and pull it up, we're at on the WikiLeaks page. What I find, I don't use wiki, whatever the fuck you call it, Wikipedia that often. Point me in the direction, educate me a little bit on the Wikipedia. By the way, while we're doing that, I am all for Ukraine and their sovereignty and fighting for it. I just don't think the way that the previous administration was going about it
Can you tell
was
me
actually
that?
productive.
Can you tell me about where they fell short?
The shadow fleets. That would be a big
What
one.
What does that mean?
Counteracting the Belt and Road Initiative. You don't know what the shadow fleets are?
No.
Well, about 1,600 tankers that reflag and change names to go into ports and move oil from Venezuela, specifically like the Bella One that was carrying drone components along with oil and other things that was sanctioned, that was intended for Russia. So that would be like one.
So these would be
of it.
Russia things, right? Not Ukrainian.
This would be it'd be Russia. It would be Iran. It would be China. The point is, the drone that they were carrying over there was the Shahed drone and other drones that they actually produced in Venezuela for them. And this was allowing them to continuously attack them. What ended up happening, I forget the Russian name for it, but they were able to open up a Shahed drone factory. It's called the D something 9 whatever. But now they have that production over there where we could have got in front of it now while Ukraine was using their own drones. So there's a lot of value in actually working with Ukraine. I just don't think the way that the EU has been going around it in the United States has been very beneficial to Ukraine.
So I would say that Ukraine themselves say differently, that what we've given them has given them the equipment to bolster an awesome defense. And in every chance that Trump has gotten, he has halted, stopped, stomped on the head of Zelensky on the world stage while he was drowning. made fun of him. Basically, has tried to sway the opinion of MAGA and the right to be against Ukraine. And I can
Well, I'm on the
attest.
right, and I've advocated for Ukraine for quite some time on this application.
Well, I think the guy that tried to assassinate Trump on his own golf course is a perfect example of how the right doesn't all reflect your opinion, or the right sees that Trump is doing stuff that is pro-Russia, especially when it comes to Iran. He's doing these things, and he's breathing life back into their economy.
Is he?
Yes.
So that oil that he gave, they allowed them to give into Cuba. I believe that's what you're referencing.
No, I'm talking about I think he's extended the lift of sanctions for another month for them to pump out oil into the world market, just so that Trump's gas prices don't look so bad for the midterms.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
So that's what's happening, man.
Show me.
Trump allowing Russia to trade oil. You don't know about that?
Yeah, they're allowing to trade oil with who? To kind of allow the market to stabilize so countries don't get fucked.
That's exactly what I'm
Cuba,
talking about.
for
Yes.
example.
Yeah. Oh, dude, we are strangling Cuba. What do you mean?
Well, no. I mean, they're allowing them to bring in oil temporarily. We're trying to get them
Just
to,
now they snuck
yeah.
through. We didn't allow shit.
No, we did allow them to go through into Cuba.
He extends sanctions
Temporarily,
exemptions on some Russian oil as high gas prices persist. He is doing this because he fucked up the oil market for the world, and he's gotta lean on one of the world's worst entities to relieve him of that.
What?
He's allowing
Sir,
Russia to sell oil.
temporarily. You're reading me a headline.
Okay, you want me to read the whole thing? I'm not Mother Goose, but this is the case,
Well,
right?
yeah, but you're reading it from the New York Times, who has a perspective on it. Like, I would like to see the actual understanding of like where this comes from. Where are they getting this information? How are they determining what the length of time is? How much they're actually going to be benefiting from it?
May 16th.
Okay.
Trump administration has loosened restrictions on oil exports since the war in the Middle East began
Until
to rattle
May
energy
16th.
markets. Uh-huh. And that's
Yeah, so
good
there's a
for
limited
Russia,
time
right?
frame on it.
That's good for Russia, right?
How good is that going to be for Russia?
It's fantastic. What do you mean? How good is it?
Well, what do you mean? What do you mean? What do I mean? I'm literally stating the fact that they are limited on the amount of time in which they'd have this ability until they can get it wrapped up. You know what I find interesting about this, though, is do you know what's the amount of weeks that it would take to get there from today?
$9 billion per month in oil revenue.
Wow.
14%
How much are they
over
currently
February
wasting
levels.
on Ukraine currently right now?
How much are they wasting on Ukraine?
Yeah, they're having to build drones consistently.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're
They're
wasting a ton of
conscripting
money
people.
right now.
Yeah, believe me, they don't care. They're pulling people to the front lines.
Mhm.
I even saw some MAGA people that moved there and then were pushed directly to the front lines, which is hilarious.
Damn, that's crazy as hell. Those people are dumb. But no, I think the point that I'm trying to get across to you is this is temporary as we go in and do our thing. Unfortunately, what's going to happen for Iran is that they're going to run out of window to produce oil. And what I mean by that specifically is if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, what happens with those wells in 2 to 3 weeks?
The price of the oil in those wells double, triple, quadruple, and Iran gets super rich, selling it to people who aren't
Really?
overseas.
For how long? For how
Selling it to
long?
people who are local to the region.
So if it's closed down currently,
Mhm.
the Strait of Hormuz,
Mhm.
they are sanctioning all of their oil.
Uh-huh.
My question to you is, what happens to the reservoirs? How long does it take for them to fill up?
I'm going to assume pretty quick, but it doesn't matter if they fill up because the price of that oil is gone from like $80 to
It
$130.
does matter if they fill up.
$130.
Sir, this is where you're incorrect. So in 2 to 3 weeks, they'll have to turn off their oil wells. They will have to
And
shut them down because
what
the reservoirs will
happens?
be full.
What
What happens
happens?
then?
Yeah, what happens?
Those wells
Nothing.
depressurize.
Nothing.
No,
They cap
actually
them.
something very
You
big
could just cap
happens.
them, dude. You just cap
You
them.
can cap them and they depressurize. Unfortunately,
And
because of the age and the construction of those wells, 2 to 3 weeks, Those will be either capped off or shut off. It just depends on what other infrastructure they're able to move. But at the end of the day, they will have to cap them off. It will take years for them to get them operational again because they will have to repressurize,
And
which takes an exorbitant amount of time to actually do. And if you mess it up, you risk very big
so
explosions and
they'll just sell it locally then. And what's happening is they don't need to pump more oil continuously to
who are they
continue
gonna
making
sell it
money.
locally to? To who?
What I don't know. Whoever.
To who? You don't know?
No.
What are the countries that border Iran? Pickles?
I actually can't name them.
Ooh, that's weird. You already said one of them earlier.
Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, Pakistan, Iraq, Syria, Turkey, Russia, doesn't touch it actually. Armenia, Azerbaijan, and it looks like they could probably
Turkey. They fired missiles at Azerbaijan, I believe, as well. A lot of these countries here. How does Syria feel about them currently? I mean, who did as much as I hate Giuliani and HTS? Who did they actually fight against inside of Syria? I'm just curious. Was that Hezbollah and Iran and Russia?
Iran's fighting Hezbollah? Is that what you're saying? They are Hezbollah.
No. I said Syria. HTS. Giuliani is he's the leader of Syria, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who was he fighting against on his way to getting rid of Bashar al-Assad?
Bashar al-Assad?
Yeah.
I don't know. Who came after Bashar al-Assad?
Bro.
So Iran often uses...
There's no way that you fucking are like this slow.
What are you getting to?
Al-Assad was ran off by Giuliani. Giuliani, the current leader of Syria, fought against Hezbollah in Iran.
Are you just saying that they're also not a neighbor? You're just saying that's not a neighbor they'll trade with.
Who are they going to sell oil to?
Okay, China. China wants their oil. They can get their oil.
How are they going to get there?
I don't know. But they have plenty of oil that's doubling and tripling in price.
45% of China's oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz.
It's like 90.
It's like 90? It's 40 to 45% of their oil flows through the Strait of Hormuz.
So the other 45 comes from another way?
Shadow Fleet tankers would be one of the ways that they get them.
Mm-hmm.
Like the ones
so they
coming
do get
from
it?
Venezuela that we've been putting a stop to.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention that they reflagged those ships in Malaysia under Malaysian flags, and we just signed an agreement with Malaysia and Indonesia, specifically when it comes to the Strait of Malacca, where these ships would travel through.
Shadow oil trade market is going to sanction Iranian oil in 2023. So they are getting 80% of their oil. 80% of Iran's oil goes to China.
Yeah, 80% of Iran's oil goes to China, but that's not where China gets. China gets 40 to 45% of their oil through the Strait of Hormuz.
Mm-hmm.
And not all of that comes from Iran.
Roughly, smuggling creates gaps. Reported domestic fuel production, actual consumption. Iran's domestic gas line consumption averages 124 million. They have a gas line? Oh, no.
This is painful.
Dude, the thing is, you're just excusing Russia's. Russia getting
it's temporary. It's temporary. That
how
money
temporary?
that they would get in that temporary. Well, you just said
how temporary?
May 16th, based off of the article that you just pulled up a minute ago and showed me.
It says May 16th for now, right? We pushed it back already.
Now,
we pushed it back.
How long it takes us to complete what we're doing at the end of the day.
What's going to be a completion for us? What's the goal? You said regime change?
Them submitting. I did not say regime change. I would say that it's a possibility that we end up getting that. Regime change would be the weapons, ballistic missiles, all that stuff. Their bullshit space program that they have for peaceful purposes.
So we're going to extract all of those.
Ended.
We're going to extract all those concessions from them. How?
Them or just destroy them. We're going to destroy them. We'll probably go in and get the nuclear material at some point. I don't know. The people seem pretty willing to actually rise up and fight against their oppressive government, which I think is
I doubt it.
Like you're like simping
at this point,
for,
no.
like, Iran, but like you're
nobody's simping for Iran.
Good with Ukraine. It kind of seems like you are.
No, actually, I'm just not for pointless wars. I'm not for the world
What's not
economy
pointless
being
about
fucked up.
us going to war with Iran? We've just seen, for example, what they're willing to do to their neighbors, like firing missiles at Turkey, who's been somewhat friendly towards them, firing missiles at UAE, at Saudi, at even Bahrain, all of these different countries, Kuwait.
Okay.
It's very clear that they don't care about anybody, that they're reckless with them. And on top of
Doesn't
that, they were
Israel
willing
do the
to
same
fire the
thing?
Khorashar 4 missile directly.
Georgia, thank you for the $4 to kick. Competing with David to be the most condescending asshole on TikTok. He's literally making me sick. Thank you so much for the
Hey.
kick. Did you want to add something real quick?
Yeah, I was searching for some of this stuff that this guy was saying about like Iran's oil would run dry and it would need to be capped and all that. I
Mhm.
have found nothing talking about this that they would lose
What?
pressure within the caps. I can't find a single thing about this.
I'm also going to assume that's like a very certain way that you drill for oil. And I'm going to
Yeah.
assume that not all of their oil wells are that way.
Well, it's also taking into like believing also that like that their they don't have a lot of oil access anyway. But more to the point, I even did more research into this, but someone put in the comments, China would get more involved the longer that the strait is closed if they weren't getting access to go through it, because of how many different economies this would affect. It would affect it would affect all of the Middle East because so many ships go through the strait. Think of it like the Panama Canal.
Yeah.
If the Panama Canal was shut for everybody, it immediately would skyrocket export prices. It would, I mean, it would just completely tank the entire world economy.
I think there is
Or-
some truth. I'm reading right now. Fortune did a thing on this. There's not a simple pause button, but a silent killer production capacity, yada yada yada. And the thing is, like, what we're talking about is permanent loss of like oil production for the world. It's not just for Iran. So what he's admitting to is Trump is fucking up the oil market in perpetuity.
Yeah, it was just like I was like looking up a lot of this information because I was just curious because living on the Gulf, uh, surrounded by oil production and oil refinery, I was just really fascinated by like some of these talking points.
I think that he was doing everything he could to sidestep to geopolitical affairs in realms that are irrelevant, but to make me seem discredited.
Hi there, Pickles.
What's up, Auntie Biscuit?
How are you doing? Are you okay, love?
Uh-huh.
Good, good, good. So yeah, I was just listening to that guy. And yeah, lots of misinformation there. So with what's happening with the Strait of Hormuz right now, it is directly affecting not just the entire Middle East, but obviously it's affecting Europe hugely. There is a jet fuel shortage, which means that European international regional carriers are cancelling flights. They basically said that if this lasts for much longer, for some air carriers, it's going to hit in 2 weeks. In others, it's going to be 6 weeks. They're literally going to have to cancel the entire summer season and almost go down to the C-19 type of support network on the airline industry. Multiple nations are already saying that people need to start working from home again to save fuel. So road transport people are saying, please only drive when it's essential because there is a great problem there. And the trouble is this whole thing ultimately is going to be bad for the world overall, but it's going to intensify calls within Europe to go back cap in hand, which we don't want to do, to the likes of Russia. And Russia has already said that they're more than happy to provide gas and oil. Now, for obvious reasons, Russia's been literally threatening Europe with nuclear weapons for the past 4.5, 5 years now, so we don't want that. But the keynote I think we can all take from this is that Qatar is already saying that it is going to stop dealing in the dollars and go to the yuan. And if that actually takes place, that is going to be the first country to decouple effectively from the petrodollar exchange system. And right now, President Trump and his merry band of idiots are going to create a situation where multiple countries will abandon the US dollar. And if that happens, then America's current deficit, which is roughly around 40.5 trillion, I believe it currently is, that will balloon to well over 100 trillion because of the issues with hyperinflation. And I just don't think people realize what this is actually going to do. It is going to bring the American economy and suck in a load of other global economies into a Great Depression that's going to last a generation, if not 2 generations.
And it's like,
And
this is to add insult to injury, just like you said, like Trump has gutted all of these things that allowed us to rely on renewable energies, and he's also shitting on other countries right now. He's like, these are the countries who have windmills. They're awful. They're horrible because they have great energy and they're not affected by this as much as everyone else. Like, yeah, we could have had that. You fucking imbecile.
do you know why? Do you know why he hates windmills? By the way, they're wind turbines, but
Yeah.
we'll just call them windmills just because Trump did it. Do you know why? Because when he bought his golf course in Scotland and he went to play on the golf course for the first time, he saw billions of dollars worth, well, pounds for us, but billions of pounds of offshore wind farm infrastructure, and he demanded both the Scottish and the UK government move our wind farm because he did not want to have to look at that whilst playing golf. And he called them windmills, which just goes to show the childlike mentality of the man.
Yeah.
I was gonna say one more thing, and then I was gonna drop pickles. The other thing that I wish people would understand is the more and more that we keep on this ridiculous endeavor of saying we need to stop China. I'm gonna focus on China specifically. We need to stop China. We need to stop China. The more we do this, the more we have fallen behind in technological advancements. The more we are falling behind when it comes to better trade agreements, better like allyship and things like that with other countries where we could actually get better deals. Trump doesn't know how to fucking negotiate a deal. It's actually kind of sad. But like, I need people, like, seriously, if you look at the tech in China versus the tech in America, we are about 20 years behind. We could at some point see what Russia has been experiencing, a Cold War, where essentially we are so far behind that our tech will be very difficult for us to catch up. So I wish people would understand that this idea of like we need to stop China, there is no stopping China. I'm getting tired of this shit. At this point, we need to work together as a globe because we're all like one people. This is what's frustrating me. It's imaginary lines on land. Why are we so dead set on like beating the other person in an imaginary line on the other side of an imaginary line than us? It doesn't make sense to me. We should be working together.
Before you drop,
yeah, what's up?
Before you drop, yeah, just before you drop, because it's interesting you mentioned China. Like, I just want to make it clear. I think my country's prime minister's a massive dick, but on this one, I will give him a big W. Just 3 months ago, he went to China and he signed a massive trade deal with them, which allows visa-free entry. There's none of the reporting requirements. Well, when we're inside China, if we choose to go there. Plus, we can open personal bank accounts and things like that and do pension investments into China. It is literally going to be China's now opening up to the world, and other countries, either because of the way Trump has gone, we are now going, hey, let's split our bets and maybe pile some money, including our pension schemes, into the Chinese economy. The moment we start buying their bonds and stuff like that for that purpose, that's game over for the petrodollar and the United States homogeny.
Yeah. Yeah,
Thank you
and
so much for having me up.
some numbnuts.
Pickles.
Yeah, anytime. Thank you. Some numbnuts will say that. Love you, Artie. Some numbnuts are saying like, "This is good. We need to get rid of the petrodollar," and they're doing their like 8th grade lunch table economics discussions.
Do they not realize that since 1991, you guys have literally been using that petrodollar consequential to quantitative ease your United States dollar? You've literally been printing money since 91 to stamp down hyperinflation caused by increased deficit.
Yeah.
Without that, the US economy is, excuse the language, Pickles, but pretty fucked.
Yeah.
I just, when I listen to Americans like that person before talk on these matters, I'm just like, seriously, you need to look at the history of certainly the past 40, 45 years since the inception of the petrodollar and look at your own economy. Now, America could have taken its foot off the gas the moment the USSR broke up, but it chose not to, and it's been betting and betting harder and harder. And I don't care about all those tech bros and look at us, we're amazing, look at what we can do. If the people can't afford to buy the products anymore that those tech bros are selling everybody like they're the second coming or something like that, or they're like Iron Man or Bruce Wayne, you know, with Wayne Tech Enterprises and all of this, that, and the other. If people can't afford to buy the products, whilst the individual tech bros won't ever go broke, those companies will lose advantage and people will go to China where they can purchase equivalent products for a far more reasonable amount. They're not going to be wanting to buy made in USA tech.
Do you mind if I jump in here for a second?
Like,
sure.
I say this because I come from the UK. I'm not English. I'm Welsh, and I do try and make that distinction. But my people, the island, they at some point we had an empire. Like the complication in Wales and England, I won't get into right now.
Dude, you gotta
However,
stop
we
running
had
on.
an empire. We had what America currently has, but just like us, America is in the unalivement throes of your empire, and if something's not done quickly, America's going to literally lose it all quicker than we ever did.
Yeah. I think it might be intentional. All right, D's nuts.
Potentially.
Hey, so I have a problem with Republicans who spread ignorance.
Anyway, I don't want to keep you too long, but I just thought an outside voice would
this guy
be
must have you on mute or
welcome,
something.
because I know obviously you need to talk to your people and hopefully provide them an education. But thank you for having me up, Pickles. I always appreciate you.
Anytime.
And, keep fighting the good fight, my friend. Keep
Will do.
Yeah, you should stick around, man, because you
Lots
need
of
to hear
love.
what I got to say. So I got a problem with Republicans who spread ignorance. It's like a virus to me. Okay. When I hear Democrats doing it, it's even worse because you need to be better. And what that guy said was a running on massive paragraph of misinformation, especially when he got to the part about the petrodollar. The petrodollar is an agreement we have with OPEC where they buy oil in dollars. Oil is bought in dollars and we get paid back interest. And it's part of how we keep our deficit down. It ain't doing a great job, but it isn't doing what he's doing. And it is not destroying America. And we are not printing money in all of the fashions that he just claimed. It was wrong. And he was very wrong. He's got an English accent and he sounds smart, but he doesn't know what he's talking about.
These nuts. Can we say she, please?
Huh?
Can we use preferred pronouns she, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Is that the person that was previously talking preferred she?
Yes.
Okay, I did not know that. She. So she was very mistaken and was spreading misinformation.
Okay. Do you want to give us some more clarity on this?
The petrodollar. It is an agreement we have with OPEC where oil is bought in dollars. Everyone buys oil in dollars. And in return, we get paid interest on those dollars. It's how we pay down our debt. It doesn't work out really well because we're spending more than we're producing here in America. But that is an agreement. It is not destroying America as she was trying to allude to, is an agreement we have with OPEC.
I think that they were alluding to the fact that that dynamic is at threat and it could change. Is that not true?
It is not a threat because the BRICS has no foundation behind it. When the dollar is the number one denomination over the world, the yen carry trade is what helps support our dollar. And the dollar right now is at its strongest point, even through war, because foreign investment is pouring into the United States right now. The other currencies throughout the world are not as strong as the dollar. You're making a face, but look it up.
I don't know about the foreign investment thing. That's what I would say.
Are you familiar with the stock market and how it moves?
Yeah.
Okay, so today, gold was down, the dollar was up, bond yields slightly rose, even though we just had an minor escalation in the war. The yields did not go up, and the bonds, which would normally be a safe haven, did not respond in the same way. So now, because of that, that is a signal that foreign investment is moving into the dollar. And you have someone in here saying dollar has less value than it did a year ago. What we see here in America in inflation and how we view a dollar and how much it gets us is not the same thing as another country, for example, Japan, who can use dollars to invest here and borrow money and make more money because our dollar is more value in foreign countries.
I'm going to read this in a little bit, but there is at least somewhat of a case to be made by this news publication about the petrodollar cracking.
That's an opinion.
But there's a case to be made, right?
It depends on how OPEC manages what they put out in oil. And right now, it's going to be hard for the petrodollar to weaken because China is really, really struggling with oil.
Yeah, I just don't think this is I think you're on our side and you understand this, but I don't think we can hold this up longer than China.
No, we cannot hold it up longer than China, but China is in a desperate point because they're Iran's number one customer.
Mm-hmm. And apparently they still get about 17%. Iran can still export about 17% of its oil through pipelines. So they're not just completely bone dry. But
the argument about the petrodollar is in relation to the BRICS. In order for the BRICS to have the effect that China and these other countries, Brazil and these other countries are wanting to have, is they need to be able to buy and sell the oil through that currency. And whether or not Trump is doing this in relation to that, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think he's that smart. I think it has to do with uranium. But this one person's previous argument about how bad the petrodollar was when we started to do it, he went all the way back from the beginning as if it's made us weaker. He's mistaken. It's been a good tool. Unfortunately, our spending is not helping. Sorry.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up these nuts. That was I appreciate the nugget of information.
Yep. Have a good one.
You too. Hello, dog. Are you a Trump supporter?
Oh, hell no. I actually just wanted to come and talk to the guy because I think he needs to actually look at some news around the world. Because people are not coming here. People are not spending money in the U.S. They're not traveling here Canadians are selling their houses, Europeans are selling their houses here.
That's
We're being boycotted.
It's true. I just Googled it though. Investment is up, but I don't think, I don't think it's time to just celebrate and say, "Oh, this is great." But you're right. You're halfway right.
Yeah, I
But
think. I mean, I'm originally from Iceland. I'm born and raised there. I watch multiple Scandinavian news. That's the good thing about being Scandinavian. We can understand most Scandinavian languages, and listening to the news and how people are not coming here and they don't want to spend their money here. They don't want to come here at all.
yeah, and with all
And
the
multiple,
tariffs, it's
yeah.
made it hard for people to make sound investments. But I appreciate. I'm gonna get to the next guest. Much love. Thank you for coming up.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Anytime.
Love and listening to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Chat, if you're friendly, please hop out of the box. We're looking for debates only. And again, I just woke up, chat. I'm sorry, I'm sleepy. Hello.
Hey, Pickles, I have a question.
Uh-huh.
What are your thoughts on that asteroid that is supposed to hit us?
Never even heard about it.
Yeah, it's supposed to hit us, and people are saying that it's supposed to hit us this year. It's like a... Hold on, I'll put the name in the chat.
No known asteroids of significant size are on collision course with the Earth for the next century, while astronomers continuously track near-Earth objects, including recently scrutinized 2024 YR4 risks deemed low. Most detect close approaches, involve small rocks, but this is... How old is this article? Asteroid, Earth can be hit without warning, April 6th? Another Gulf news. Could Earth be struck without warning? NASA warns thousands of city killer asteroids still hidden. I don't know. I say I love you. I'm gonna continue doing opposition though. It's passing by. Guys, am I frozen? One more heart me needed for my live goal, chat. One more. All right, Popcorn, what do you got today?
How are you?
I'm all right.
Been one of those days. Well, I mean, you are a Democrat, so I get it, man. I get it. It's rough.
I know. It sucks being able to read.
Yeah. What are you reading, by the way? Is it Spot?
I'm reading about the petrodollar cracking.
Do you ever do research on stuff that predated the time before you started paying attention to politics? Have you done any of that?
Considering that was only 3 or 4 years ago, yeah, absolutely.
Cool. Yeah, like how far back do you go?
80s, maybe?
80s.
Sometimes in the 50s, if we talk about Iran.
Did you ever listen to Bill Clinton and his State of the Union addresses? Did you ever watch those?
No.
You ever watch the 96 one that sounds a hell of a lot like Trump now talking about immigration and how we are a nation of laws?
I've heard a lot of stuff, most notably Reagan and Bush Sr. talking about how we should treat migrants, and it's like light years from what y'all are doing right now.
Right. But that was back when the Democrats, when amnesty, that whole amnesty thing, the Democrats.
That was Republicans, right?
Right. That was led by the Republicans, but the Democrats were supposed to go along with it if Reagan allowed and signed the legislation to provide amnesty then the Democrats would deal with the border and the illegal immigration, and they never did that. So it's been spiraling out of control since. It's just
That you
since
can't. You
Reagan,
really don't have a
it's just
case for
getting
that.
harder.
We have the numbers of how immigration, how undocumented migrant population has changed over the course of like at least the last 10 years. I have that. It's not out of control. It's like pretty chill, actually. But if you read Truth Social, I can see how you would think that.
I don't even have a Truth Social account, so
If you watch
I
Fox
don't
News,
care.
OAN, Newsmax, they've been harping on this for 10 years.
I actually prefer Al Jazeera, believe it or not.
They're pretty chill. But
Actually
they
believe-
don't do they don't politicize our border like the right does here. There's no convincing that there's probably absolutely nothing we could do, even if we built a wall, which I don't even know if that's going to happen. Is it? Trump hasn't changed a single thing on the border, has he?
Yeah, absolutely. So before he, now I've not been to the border since he took office.
Well, we can read legislation,
Actually, I
right?
take that back. I do take that back. I was in El Paso not too long ago, but
We can read the bills he's passed. None of it have affected the border, right?
right. But executive orders have in him. What?
Yeah.
What's so funny?
He hasn't done anything meaningful, just things that we could throw away the next president comes in.
I mean, why?
That's convenient.
Why pass legislation when you don't follow the laws on the book in the first place?
Okay.
Like,
All right.
I mean, do you agree?
No. You guys don't even have a case for that.
Right. So Republicans do it too. Would you agree that both Democrats and Republicans pick and choose what they decide to enforce when it comes to laws?
You don't have a case for that when it comes to the border.
What do you mean I don't have a case for what?
Can you tell me where like Biden told Customs Border Patrol to like loosen up?
Yeah. I mean, there's a shit ton of information out there.
Can you give me like a memo or a bill or a EO?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I can find you actually border agents saying we have been told not to do our jobs, and we're just sitting here.
But what about the data that shows he was more stringent?
I mean, would you believe Trump if he came out and said I deported 10 million people?
Not from his mouth. If CBP showed it, sure.
Right. Okay. Well,
why would you ever believe it? When Trump said that there were 0 crossings last year, do you believe that?
No.
Okay, why would you believe the other?
The other what?
When he says there's 30 million migrants in the United States or whatever, why would you believe him at all?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I got a call. So I just threw a number out there and just said 10 million. If Trump said, or his DOJ or CBP said, yeah, we stopped 10 million people at the border. I don't believe in really any of these numbers. So
listen, here's the harsh reality you're gonna have to live in. When these entire agencies come out with people that lean both ways, right? CBP is not 100% Republican. The people in managerial or upper positions in CBP, they're not all one political faction. So when they come out with these numbers, both parties have to look and say, okay, this is kosher, this is right. I don't think that they could just manufacture numbers and get away with it. But I absolutely do think that like Kristi Noem or somebody come out and just straight up say a lie unchecked, which is what they do all the time.
Well, I mean, that's been going on for hundreds of years, actually thousands of years.
I'm not saying it hasn't, but this is where I get my information is from like entire agencies that have checks and balances, and your information is extremely correct.
But it only counts if the people that we want elected are managing those agencies. Is that right? Okay.
No, I think that we can look at the heads of some of these agencies like Kash Patel. I don't believe a goddamn word that comes out of Kash Patel's mouth. And I'm starting to not believe much of anything coming out of the FBI because people who aren't perfectly aligned with MAGA or Trump or Patel have come out and said, hey, there's some serious shit going on. So no, I don't really believe much coming out of that. But before it became hyper partisan and before Trump fired everybody that disagreed with him or was a Biden hire, I believed that those agencies put out decent numbers. I believed to an extent that what they were saying and the numbers they put out was good. So yeah, I don't think that anything
Yeah, to
that
be
some of these
honest, I really
agencies
don't
put out.
care about I really don't care about the numbers and the percentages that they release. You know there's too much focus on that, and instead of us looking at the laws and be like, okay, what's the law on the book? Let's enforce this law.
They do that. They have to, or else they are breaking the law.
They don't do that.
Can you give me an
And
instance where they're
actually,
not?
yes, Obama is actually, if I remember correctly, and I'm going to try to look it up, but Obama said something along the lines of, we have to pick and choose what laws we enforce.
Isn't that true though? Like I bring this up all the time, right? Weed is
What?
illegal federally. Weed's illegal federally, right? Do you think we should
Yeah.
raise $180 billion to hunt down every single person in a red state that's smoking weed? Do you think that's a good use of resources, or should we do some like discernment?
I think the first thing you should do if you have a problem with it is to change the law. The second you stop following the law, it carries over into other things. And be like, well, we did it here, so let's do it over here.
Yeah, I don't think
It's the
so.
same
That's
thing with Reagan reaching in the pool of the money that was holding the Social Security money or
it's
the pool
called
of funds there.
prosecutorial discretion, and we do not have the funds to enforce every law 100%, and it would be self-defeating. It would be
Well,
cost
then don't create
preventative.
a law that you can't enforce.
That's dumb popcorn.
Yes, it's dumb to create a law that you can't enforce.
Dude,
That is the
laws
dumbest
aren't meant
fucking
to be.
shit ever.
Yeah, it's dumb popcorn. Yeah,
Yes,
you
it
guys
is.
are very selective, and you've been hyper politicized on the border and
You guys
enforcing
have been
this.
selective. You were
Everybody,
selective.
I think it's brilliant to be. I think it's you have to be, and I bring this up all the time
Why do you have to
too,
be selective of what laws you
because we only have a
decide
certain
to
amount of
enforce?
money and resources.
Okay, so you're sitting here advocating for laws on the books to be ignored because we just don't have enough money to enforce the law.
Yeah, that's a thing that happens all day, every day, man. Right?
And is that normal or do you
Yes.
like
Every
that system,
country,
or-
every country on earth does this. China does this. You cannot access the outside internet from China, but with a VPN, which is like anybody with a brain can download VPN, they can go do that. Does China hunt down every single person that's using a VPN in China? No, they don't. That would be impossible. They would go broke doing it.
Yeah, but we can put people on the border, and if you see them, hey, this dude's crossing the border from Mexico to the United States. Oh, but I can't touch him because I've been told to stand down.
Nobody's doing that.
That's the kind of shit I'm talking about.
Yeah. Again, what's the huge, big, bad outcome of us enforcing the border at 90%?
Well, it should be 100%.
Okay,
And
what's
nobody
the bad
should be
outcome?
coming across. The bad outcome if we enforce the laws or if we don't enforce the laws.
Yeah, what's the bad outcome if we only do 90%?
90% of what?
Enforcing the border. If the border isn't manned by 100,000 people all day catching every single person, what's the bad outcome?
I would say if you enforce it 90%, then people will see that as, well, I have a 90% unsuccess rate or a 10% success rate of getting in. So maybe I'm not going to spend the $5,000 or $10,000 to pay this coyote to get me across the border with me and my
I'm saying,
kids.
what's the bad outcome for
I'm
us?
not going to take that chance.
For
so
us.
I'm not going to do it. So what we get in return is
what's the bad outcome for us?
yes, the bad outcome for us is taking jobs away from American citizens.
Popcorn.
Taking away resources from American citizens.
No.
Do
They create
illegal immigrants
jobs.
go to the hospital? Yes or no?
We-
Do illegal
yes.
immigrants go to the
Yes,
okay,
and
so
they pay those
when
bills.
they go to the hospital, what does that do to that American citizen that walks in the door 10 seconds after them? They got to wait until that illegal immigrant is processed and taken care of, and then and then the American
Popcorn.
citizen gets
What
the
happens?
thing.
What
That's
happens?
crazy to
What
me,
happens
guy.
to U.S. jobs if we
That's
deport?
crazy.
If we deported all undocumented migrants, what happens to U.S. citizen jobs? Do they go up or down?
Well, we're about to find out, but I would think that the unemployment
They go
rate
down.
would go down. Yes, the
No.
unemployment rate would go down.
The unemployment goes up.
How does unemployment go up?
You
When that
sweet
job
spirit.
that was held by somebody not calculated
You
in
popcorn.
or
Do you have another device?
yeah, I'll let you finish and then I'll like to respond. So
You
go
got
ahead.
another device on you?
Yeah, I got a laptop.
Type in your laptop.
What
Do
am I typing?
does mass deportation create U.S. jobs?
Dude. All right, so I can find Elvis Presley on the moon eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You can find anything on
Then
the
go
internet.
find it. Go ahead.
Anything.
Go find
You
me
can find
one.
anything.
Go find me one economist that's in your favor. Just go ahead, real quick. Should be easy.
One economist that's in my favor. Oh,
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So before I do that, I want to make this point. Have you calculated or did any research on the originating countries where those illegal immigrants left that country? Hard workers, I will admit that these people are hard workers and they bring a value to America, but they also take away the value that Americans bring to the table. But when you take away the valuable people in their societies and they come to America, that hurts that home country. Right?
I'm sure
when you
that
take the
you're
best of the
super
best
worried about those
from
countries.
Uganda or the best of the best from Congo and they come to America,
I'm sure you're super worried about
now
them.
leaving that country high and dry. So you're
I'm-
incentivizing the destruction of a country.
I'm sure you're super worried about them.
And
All
I
right.
guess that you've done absolutely no research. Why? Because you're a liberal and all you do is want to argue.
Okay,
So
so
that's
go ahead and
all
go
I'm
go
coming
find me a
from.
good
So I'll
economist.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, go find me that article real quick. All right, Pop.
Yeah, Milton Friedman. Do you know who Milton Friedman is? Yes or no?
No, I've heard his
Okay,
name a
I'm
million
not
times.
Okay, go do some research, dude. You should be
Milton
on.
Friedman, and he said, "Oh, he ran 1976 memo." Okay, these people will not ever find. He's 94 years old. Oh, he died. He died 20 years ago. He does not have a take on this. He doesn't have a take on this. How the fuck do you not know Milton? Wow. Popcorn, come back, dude. Milton Friedman's dead. Popcorn, come back. I want to learn.
I just want to say really quickly that I knew Milton very well. Okay, Milton was a great guy. He had a great feel for the economy. He knew a lot of things, almost as much as me. They say, "Sir, what did Milton do?" I said, "Oh, he did so much." Okay, we knew Mr. Fredman for a long time. He was a great guy, and if you've never looked into him, please, you have to look into him. He's a great guy. But before you do that, you have to look at my policies because they're better than Milton's. That's why Milton's dead. Okay. And that's why I'm alive, because I'm invincible. God bless Allah.
Oh.
Pickles. So many falsehoods today, dude. So many falsehoods.
What do we got? What do we got, Cecil?
Well, first off, the answer you're going to get depends on the question that you ask. If you ask, why does illegal immigration hurt the economy? You'll get an answer that's in line with the question. But I want to skip that and just, you were asking about economist. How about Bernie Sanders? I'm going to read this off real quick before I get booted. He says, what concerns me are provisions in the bill that would bring low-wage workers into this country in order to depress the already declining wages of American workers. Sanders said in May of 2007, with poverty increasing and the middle class shrinking, we must not force American workers into even more economic distress. So, and then I've got quotes by Hillary Clinton and a whole buttload of other.
You're gonna have some
two-faced
vague. You're gonna have some
Democrats.
vague claims by these people saying how this could have an impact, but we know exactly if you can.
Fake
You can
claims.
Google this.
Do you know who Cesar Chavez is?
Yeah.
Cesar Chavez?
Yeah.
Who is he?
Is he not a? God damn it! I almost said the wrong
Look him
thing.
up.
He's not a. He's not the. Dude, you're catching me just waking up.
I don't think he's still alive. He was a labor union worker.
Okay.
Big.
I was
in the
entirely wrong.
1970s.
All right. I was
Okay.
entirely wrong.
Well, spend a minute or two on what he said, and the economics haven't changed. It's the same thing. And then one more thing I wanted to mention is when they say how many illegal immigrants we have in the country or undocumented.
Mm-hmm.
I'm older than you. I tell you this all the time. I remember in the 1980s, the number was 11 to 12 million. And
Yeah.
then Reagan gave amnesty to 12 million. And then 5 years later, it was 11 million. Another 5 years later, it was 11 million. 10 years later, it was 11 million. They've been citing that 11 million number for 30 years, dude. So I don't know why
It's been the
you
same.
believe
It's not out
every
of control, right?
statistic, every statistic that bolsters your claim. You sign up. You agree with it right off the bat. Your bias,
I have
your
not seen any
confirmation bias is glaring.
No, the thing is, y'all don't have like any conflicting statistics. You don't have anything actually to point to. You just have like this like doubt that you can
Well,
cast
what
on
if
it.
instead of just statistics, I prefer cogent, logical explanations of to what can happen to our economy, like what I just read off to you from Bernie Sanders. You're not telling
Bernie
me where
Sanders,
Bernie's wrong.
Yes, Bernie is wrong. Bernie is wrong. I'm
And
sorry.
Cesar Chavez was wrong too.
Yeah.
Of course, you don't know who that is, but look him up, and he was in line with Bernie Sanders. He
I
was
don't
totally
care.
against. And Cesar Chavez was a brown person. I think he was Hispanic. He fought for the American workers. He did not want illegal immigrants.
But now we have
coming
good
into the country and
now we have
driving
good math.
down wages.
Now we have good economic data.
And
the
just
thing
because
is,
Milton Friedman is dead doesn't mean anything. I mean,
it
the guy is
does.
still.
It does. We have a different dynamic right now in the economy. It's totally different than it was 50, 100 years ago. And we can see now that the actions you're taking to save people and American jobs and their wages is the opposite. It's having the opposite effect. The thing you're doing to fix this problem is exacerbating it. It's making it worse.
Yeah, so it might be believable. In fact, I would be more likely to look into your claims if you weren't wrong on all the other more simple issues
Like
that are
what?
out there. Like what?
The person telling me
The
climate
gender,
change isn't real.
the gender thing, the
Oh,
climate,
God.
everything. Let's stick with the climate. You guys, been the same for the last 40 years. In 10 years, we're not going to have any snow. I remember when my daughter was born in 2000, they said she would not know what snow looks like by the time she's an adult. You guys have just been wrong on everything when it comes to the environment. CO2 is good. I'll make you some $40 real quick, okay? CO2 is good for the environment. Now, all the other shit that goes in there, burning coal and stuff, is not good. Sulfur dioxide and nitrous oxide and carbon monoxide and all that, that's not so good. But CO2 is actually good for plants. They require less water when there's more CO2 in the atmosphere. The planet is greener today than it was 20 years ago, and not green in a kumbaya sort of way, but green like from satellite photos. You can see that the planet is actually greener. You guys, this is why I mentioned Don Quixote, and you got to look into that book. I'm pretty sure it's the third most popular book in history behind the Bible and the Quran. But it's called Don Quixote, and the guy goes around fighting windmills and picking fights with everything. That's what the Democratic Party is. You guys pick the stupidest battles. I mean, it's just
We pick these
ridiculous.
battles, dude.
Yes,
Trump's
the
justification
environment.
for not
The
liking
environment.
Trump's justification for not liking alternative fuels is crazy and insane, and every claim that he makes is wildly insane. For you to be like, "That's my guy, that's the vibe I'm going with," rather than like hard data, is crazy.
There's data and there's science. You know what Mark Twain said about lies? There's 3 types of lies, and the third type is statistics. So statistics are just fancy. You know what? I'm running on borrowed time here. You mentioned prosecutorial discretion earlier. Tell me if this is a good example. When James Comey refused to prosecute Hillary Clinton because instead of gross negligence, which is what the law would require, she practiced extreme carelessness. So
Yeah,
first off,
there's
what's
no-
the difference?
they
What's
had
the
to
difference
show it-
between gross negligence and extreme carelessness?
Intent.
Okay. Intent, like taking hammers to the devices that the FBI had subpoenaed and beating the hell out of them? Is there any intent there?
I don't even think that's the case. She used a program called
she
Bleach
did
It.
that. No.
She used a program
She
called
said,
Bleach It.
Bitch, you mean like a duster? She played dumb. But no, they took hammers to their BlackBerry devices. Look into it.
There's just intent. So for her to want to destroy these things that at one point in time had some sort of information.
Just admit that was prosecutorial discretion that he engaged in.
Okay.
And for political reasons.
And Trump's mishandling classified documents, what do you have there for him?
You mean when he stored them in a box next to his Corvette in his garage next to his crackhead son? Oh no, that was Biden that did that. So
if somebody came to
standards.
Biden,
That's all you guys have is double standards.
if somebody came to Biden and said, "Hey, give me those," and he said no and played peekaboo with them for a year and a half, you would have a case. You'd have a case.
Don't you know the story? He wrote a book. He had a ghost author help him write the book. The guy came to his house and he played Mr. Macho. Hey, look at this. This is classified. And by the way, all the stuff he had that was classified, he had from when he was a senator. He wasn't even supposed to have that stuff. Okay.
So when aides pack up your office when your term is done, that's what happens, and that's probably what happened to Trump. I'm going to give him the benefit of it out there.
Yeah, that's how it ended up. Well, no, it's different for Trump because he actually saw the stuff. He knew what was there. It was all boxed up. They told him, "Hey, you need to put another lock on here," and he did.
That's not what happened.
Total compliance. The whole thing was a political fiasco.
He had his lawyer sign an affidavit saying he didn't have anything. Actually, that was a lie.
Yeah, well, double standards. Like I said, the way that Biden stored those classified documents right next to his Corvette. Did you see the pictures? They had pictures of it. They were in like a flimsy box next to the Corvette.
Mike Pence too, right?
His crackhead son was working for Ukraine and half a dozen other countries. But
what
that's
about,
not a security risk.
No.
And by the way, while we're on the subject, what about this Swalwell guy? You guys are always talking about his sexual misadventures, but what about sleeping with a Chinese spy and he still got to keep his job? What the hell has become of your party, dude? It's like no scruples, no standards for yourself. All the standards are for the other party, but you have none for yourself. It's so sad.
So he was sleeping with somebody who was a registered foreign agent. And do we have any evidence?
She was a Chinese spy. They even say it on CNN, dude. Well, she was a Chinese. Her name was Fang Fang. And
could you imagine if we had an audio of him showing her classified documents, like Trump?
We don't know what kind of information she got from him, do we?
If there was something damning, I would love to know
what kind of information she got.
The burden of proof, right?
Bright as balls.
Innocent until proven guilty. There, right?
Haven't we learned in the last week or two that he's not nearly as smart as he looks?
I mean sure, I can
the size of a dump truck, but he looks like a smart guy. But apparently, he's not very smart.
I can agree with you that he sucks. I can agree with you, but here's the thing: you guys pushed Trump and all of his allegations all the way to the top of the presidency. You have no ground to stand on.
Well, it's because of the gross negligence and the extreme carelessness. Your lady skated and they went after Trump with everything. And your guy, John Karaoke, said the same thing. I heard him 2 nights ago on Sean Hannity say they threw everything at the kitchen sink. It was lawfare. He straight up said it was 100% lawfare. And guess what? I've been following politics a long time. The lawfare wasn't this bad until you guys went after Trump. You guys really, the whole time we were doing it, we were like, don't you guys know this is going to come right back around and hit you in the face? And now look what's happening. People are getting prosecuted for the dirty shit they did when they were in the deep state. And it's right. But none of this would have happened if the deep state would have just stayed in their corner.
I think Trump is the deep state. I think Trump is the deep state.
So shameful what you guys did.
What's up, Corey?
Hi.
Did you want to add something?
I did. 1 second.
Okay. I want to watch that. I want to watch that Hannity interview.
Yeah, you really should. Because the deep state is what threw him in prison. He went to prison for being a whistleblower. Did you know that?
Yeah, I know that.
Whistleblower?
John
Kiriakou for whistleblowing on the torture program.
Torture.
Yeah.
Waterboarding.
I just find it interesting because you just kind of went on a gish gallop there, Cecil. I want to point out real quick that the whole global greening thing is a right-wing like talking point, but you understand that there is a limit to like how much CO2 becomes beneficial, and we are rapidly approaching the point.
Well, I
where
understand
no
that you think that you know that answer, but here's no scientist knows
Wait.
that. It's a consensus.
Actually,
It's
wait,
not
hold
it's
on.
not scientific proof,
Yes,
it's
they
a
do.
consensus. And do you know how many consensus have been wrong throughout history?
How often in modern history? How often in modern history has scientific consensus been like shown to be false?
You want a percentage? I mean, how about I just give you some examples?
Give me an example of modern history.
Eugenics. Every scientist on the planet thought that eugenics was real science.
No, they didn't. That's a pseudoscience, and it had debate. And people
You're
were
right, it was a
debating it back then.
pseudoscience, but at the time
Hold
it
on.
was considered science.
No, it wasn't. Beyond that, though, right? Like that is not modern history, especially not modern history of science. Like, can you give a single like when in the past 30 years? Let's go with that, or I'll go with 40 or 50. In our lifetime, Cecil, when has scientific consensus been completely overturned? Anything, Cecil? Anything at all, buddy? You gonna go Google it? Oh, did somebody put in the $40, Nick?
Sorry, I had to use the restroom. Nobody's kicked him yet.
Oh, sorry, I just saw somebody. I saw Nick put that in the comments. Didn't know if you're just reminding or just saying. But Cecil,
No, I know.
I'm waiting for an example, buddy. Come on. In the past 40, 50, in our lifetime,
50 years.
When has scientific consensus been so wrong about something that a new discovery completely overturned what the consensus was saying?
You know, I can't think of one right now, but I will bet you that I could come up with 5 easy within 30 minutes.
Well, you can't actually. You want to? You can't come up with one fucking now.
Okay, we'll get angry about it. Why don't you?
Well, I'm not angry about it. I'm just pointing out you're being a silly goose.
Well, no, eugenics, that was a little more than 50 years ago, but that's a pretty good example.
That was in the 19th century.
It was in the 20th century.
Not really. There were people. It was brought back by the Yazidis. Like it was predominant in like social sciences in the early 20th century. But even like everybody recognizes it's a fucking pseudoscience, and it had detractors even back then. It was not consensus.
Okay.
And the same hysteria that kept that alive keeps all of this bullshit alive about ice caps not being melted. This is just, like, we could just have satellite images of the ice caps melting. Like, what else do you need?
Yeah, like I can just like, anecdotes. Like I live in the northern Midwest, or I used to for a long time live in northern Wisconsin. Ice fishing has become harder and harder because for the past decade, the ice keeps getting thinner and thinner because there's less freezing time. I now live in Chicago, where we had maybe 2 snowstorms, maybe 3, the entire winter season. That is a consistent thing that's been happening for years now, and is becoming less and less every year, Cecil.
There's a conversation exactly like that between Thomas Jefferson and somebody, his neighbor.
Thomas Jefferson was talking about climate change.
Yeah, they were saying that, hey, things are getting, you laugh, but it's true, dude. That's when they discovered the urban heat island effect. Do you know anything about that?
The urban heat island effect. You mean that when people are close together, they release more heat over time, therefore warming like?
Well, not over time, on a daily basis. They've got these weather stations.
I'm aware that literally energy releases heat, and that doing so.
How many weather stations are in the United States that track the weather?
How many weather stations? I don't know off the top of my head. I don't work for the
Okay,
NOAA.
well, that's all right. I just tell you, there's a lot.
Cecil, how many of those weather stations would agree with me that the planet has been getting warmer and warmer consistently over time? At least
The weather stations that are built 50 yards from an airport, that's the urban heat index. It's hotter there. It's hotter in urban areas than it is
Cecil,
elsewhere.
do you see this on the screen?
You've never even heard of this topic, the urban heat index, but you know that it's wrong. That's
Cecil,
great.
is this an accurate depiction of what's happening to the?
No, it's not. Because if all you have to do is go to Tony Heller's website and you can see the NASA information, NASA has been busted fudging the numbers. And you guys don't care because you think it's crazy, but all you got to do is look into it. Go to realclimatescience.com and you can see all the information, and you'll really feel like you've been hoodwinked at the end of it.
This is like when
Because
people tell me to go. This is like when people tell me to go to Evolution News to see what's wrong with evolution, and it's just a bunch of people from the Discovery Institute, right?
well, I'm not an evolutionist, so I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't believe in evolution?
Oh, God damn it!
No, I mean I am an evolutionist. I'm not a Bible thumper. So
On that, but I'm just pointing out that like you can call a certain website a certain name. It's always funny when people do that because again, these websites tend to be the opposite. But even then, NASA didn't fund the number.
well,
By the way, this is global consensus from like differing groups who would have rival goals to a point where even fossil fuel companies, the scientists they hired, were coming to the same conclusion and showing the same models.
What about John Clauser?
Climate scientists.
What about John Clauser or William Happer?
Hey, what if we cite isolated individuals instead of the actual?
Well, he's only a Nobel Prize winning physicist who's been studying physics for the last 50 years. But yeah, let's just disregard what he has to say. Or Freeman, Dyson Freeman. Have you heard of him?
I have, yes. I'm pointing out real quickly that climate models are being shown to be accurate.
No, they're not. That's the thing. I'm glad you put. They are so inaccurate. They've been wrong since their inception. They're always wrong. They're always wrong.
Long-term climate predictions have been shown to at certain points.
Nope, they're all biased. They're all biased. And you know how easy it is to fudge those numbers to the layman?
Yes, they're all biased by the data.
They're biased. Do you think you get funding and research if your paper is different than what the consensus is? And let's remember, it's a consensus, okay? No, you don't get any funding. As a matter of fact, all these skeptics that I talked about are old people. Young men can't be skeptics. You can't be a young scientist skeptic.
Tell me what consensus is.
That's a belief instead of proof. It's a belief among a bunch of people, and a bunch of people have been wrong before, okay?
So if you don't even understand what consensus is, why should I take you seriously when you disavow consensus?
Why should I take you seriously when you're not even curious to see if things aren't maybe as bad as everyone says it is, all the scaremongers.
I am curious.
Okay, well, Corey, is your name Corey? Is your name Corey?
Is the name of Corey Peterson Corey? I don't know, man. Does it sound like a name to you?
I could.
I know you use a fake name and a fake profile picture, but like, do you think normal human beings do that?
Okay, Corey, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Pickles and see what you say. What percentage of the atmosphere is CO2?
Percentage would be less than 1%. I think it's right now around 400 ppm.
Good job, because your friend Pickles said it was 90%. Okay, now the point is.
He probably misunderstood you or thought you were talking about nitrogen. I don't know, man.
I made it real clear. I said 90. Come on, Pickles, 90.
I don't know. I don't know shit about climate change. I'll be the first to tell you. There's a lot of stuff we talk about up here. I can't know everything, but I'm learning.
Yeah, but hey, so you understand it isn't just carbon. That's just one of the easier ones we can talk about. There are a bunch of other byproducts of human industry that we see cause a greenhouse effect.
You mean like methane?
Planet. Methane, sulfur rock.
What's the number one? What's the number one producer of methane, man-made?
Well, it's going to be livestock.
Okay, and what's number two? Rice farms, rice fields in Vietnam.
Cool. Okay, and that somehow that's.
So let's get rid of all the cows and get rid of all the meat and eat a shitload of rice and make just as much methane.
Actually, that's not true because even by your own statement there, right? It's number two. But even then, all that advocates for is more responsible farming practices and moving away from the most polluting and worst like farming techniques and products. But Cecil, we literally can observe global temperatures reaching record highs since we started recording them almost year.
Bullshit. What's the hottest record? What's the hottest record? The hottest day in record?
He's going to talk about a day in 1930.
1930? 1934, I think the year.
Hey, Cecil, again, you're up.
It's the whole decade, dude. The whole 1930s were hotter. It's the hottest decade on record.
Have we seen consistently rising global
What's the
temperatures
hottest?
over the past
No, we
50
haven't.
years?
Yeah, because we just came out of a little ice age. Do you know about the little ice age?
First of all, is that what actually the models show, that we're just coming out of a little ice age, and that's the
Yes,
reason why temperatures
it
are
sure
rising?
does.
Really?
It shows
That's
that
why
we
our-
just
that's
came
why our
out of
temperatures are
a. It
rising.
shows that we
That's why
just came
temperatures
out of
are
a little
rising.
ice age. Do you know about the little ice age?
Yes, Cecil, I'm aware of the
When
little
did it
ice
start?
age. Anyways, Cecil,
When did the
are
little
you
ice age
aware? Are
start?
you aware that we are warming faster?
When did the
than we
little
should
ice
be?
age start?
Cecil, are you aware that we are warming faster?
I'm aware that
than
you
it would
believe
be?
that, but I believe that to be a mistruth.
You believe it to be a mistruth off of what data? Because the data
Tony
we look at our
Heller's.
court.
Tony Heller is a person on YouTube with 100,000 followers.
And what's his database? He uses NOAA records. He uses NASA records. He shows that they are fudging the numbers. He'll show a graph that NASA put up.
And then immediately you can find more people who are real scientists who debunk all of his information immediately.
Oh, so you just go and find someone to debunk him, but you don't
Yes.
try to look into it yourself.
So a guy who's untrained to read the data knows less about the people who spent their entire lives reading the data.
He's a geologist.
Why do you assume he's
Yeah.
untrained?
He's a geologist.
He's a geologist.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I work in tech. I don't know jack shit about automobiles, which is why I don't tell people what's wrong with their car.
Huh.
I have 500,000 followers on Facebook. Does that mean I'm smarter than him?
Well, I'm on his webpage, and he says, I have degrees in geology and electrical engineering and worked on the design team of many of the world's
I have a
most
PhD
complex-
in bubbles. That doesn't
but
make
you
me
just
more
said he was
qualified.
a geologist, and you
He
guys
is.
said, haha, he's only a geologist.
What is-
And then you totally ignored, because you got this from the same place I did, Pickles. I showed you this webpage, and it says, who is Tony Heller? And it's in the same sentence, it says, I have degrees in geology and electrical engineering.
Does
He was a
electrical engineering?
statistician.
What is
He was
electrical
a
engineering?
statistician.
How does that add to his ability to read facts about the environment?
That's like me saying I majored in tech, but also I minored in poli-sci. You should listen to me about physics. Like, no, man.
The claims of 97% consensus are a massive lie, he says. Only 52% of American Meteorological Society members believe that man is the primary contributor to global warming. But you guys will keep spouting 97% all day long, even though you know that 52%, that's the number that the 97% of all the scientists say that we've got 12 years left. By the way, if we got 12 years left, why don't you guys talk about it? Why am I the only one who calls up here and talks about global warming? You know why? Because none of you guys actually believe it. It's just another way
This is
to
a
virtue
settled
signal.
science. The fact that we have to
Here's what-
continue
you
teaching
guys should
people
change
to
your
believe in
motto to,
science.
it's the thought that counts, because nothing that you're doing is actually helping the environment. It's only hurting the environment. But it's the thought that counts. You guys are all about virtue signaling and, hey, look at this windmill we made. Look how great we are. It's all a bunch of virtue signaling bullshit, okay? The radiative transfer models used by government climate scientists show that going up to 550 parts per million or even 1,000 parts per million of CO2 will make minimal difference to the radiative balance of the atmosphere. That comes from the IPCC. If you guys looked at the latest revision of the IPCC, you'll see that they don't even have alarmist words in there anymore, like emergency or catastrophe. And one of the guys who contributes to the IPCC, a guy, Richard Lenzig, who MIT staffer, a professor at MIT, real smart guy, he says they don't put words like that anymore because the people would be too embarrassed. The people who are in the know that this is all bullshit. Even the people
It just
for
says right here,
even AOC's campaign manager said, yeah, it's just really a way to make money. The environment's fine.
No, the IPCC says right here, their last assessment says that human activities that unequivocally caused global warming, with global surface temperatures reaching 1.1 Celsius above 1850 to 1900 levels.
Oh yeah, there's still plenty of alarmist bullshit in there.
Oh God! Now the same report is useless to you.
Yeah, exactly. It's that goalpost shifting. But Cecil, I also want to point out that the report you're citing with the 52%, it's ironic that it only talks to meteorologists and not actual scientists. Oh, bye, Cecil.
I kicked him.
Oh God, did they pay you to drop him?
Yes and no.
Oh, that's fair.
Yeah.
All right. Well, appreciate you having me. Have a good one, Pickles.
Anytime. Much love, man. Hello.
Hello. Hey, so just popping on to
Mhm.
say I'm former weather service. I'm a meteorologist, and everything that guy was talking about is bogus.
Would you like to give us some good nuggets?
I'm so sorry, repeat that. You cut out.
Would you like to give us some good nuggets of wisdom?
Not at this moment because not gonna lie, just came out of anesthesia.
Oh, okay.
I had outpatient surgery today,
Shit.
so I'm a little out of it. But I just wanted to pop up and say, like, there's tons of studies readily available for anybody who wants to go down the rabbit hole to disprove almost everything that guy said. So,
Well, thank you, Ashley, and I hope you have a good recovery.
thank you. Bye, guys.
All right. Dude, it's actually so fucking cool. Like seeing some of the big brains and just different walks of life that follow or watch, including MAGA, who claims there was a MAGA the other day that claimed they had a PhD. Freeman Dyson. Ugh. The guy looks atrocious, guys. I'll give you a peek. Ha! Is he still alive? Jesus. Fuck no, he's not alive. He died at 96, 6 years ago. Version 7 says the bear's name, Dyson's transform, fundamental technique, additive number theory. Dyson disagreed with the scientific consensus on climate change. He believed that some effects of increasing CO2 levels are favorable and not taken into account by climate scientists, such as increased agricultural yield, and further that positive benefits of CO2 likely outweigh the negative effects. He was skeptical about the simulation models used to predict climate change, arguing that political efforts to reduce causes of climate change distract from other global problems and that should take priority. Again, I think that the body of science and the people that regularly use data and these theories to do actual productive things just easily crush all of these climate scientist deniers. He was skeptical about simulation model used to predict climate change, arguing political efforts, As we look into the universe to identify many accidents of physics and astronomy that work together to our benefit, and most seems the universe must, in some sense, have known that we were coming. Religious belief will crush anything. I agree. I think that the doubt cast by the rights, because they're bought by big oil, has poisoned the minds of thousands, and they've constantly looked for confirmation bias from minds like this guy and Tony Heller and all these other fucking wieners that when you hear Tony Heller in one of his videos, it's so cringe. He has the same like child mentality that you hear from like Liam. He sounds like Liam, like his antagonistic like ways of thinking. And I agree. Yeah, they're gonna be the death of us. Like the few people that are dangerously equipped with the words to convince people otherwise. Speaking of AI Korean chatbot girlfriends, dude, this is weird. I'm sorry. I usually don't make fun of people for their appearance, but uh, But this right here should scare anybody. Yeah. Yeah. She doesn't look human. What do they call that? What do they call that? The Oxford study? Like, she's still kind of probably out of his league. But it's not much to brag about there. Trump wouldn't allow freeloaders and welfare queens to rig the system. Yeah, we can point to the real welfare queens. Elon Musk, all of the oil companies Trump has completely subsidized and gutted our EPA and stuff for, so they can maximize profits. The companies that he's invaded Venezuela for, the companies who are making an absolute fortune with this oil shortage. Trump kept his wealth because of corporate welfare. True. Hello? What does the appearance do? Dude, I prefaced it with, I shouldn't be doing this, alright? The guy's weird. The guy's weird. I think he's, what did they call it? Just a contrarian. He's a contrarian, and he's amassed a following of people that are probably exclusively on the right. People who find credence in other people who have beliefs that don't trust the government or don't trust science. Flat earthers. I bet that there's a huge overlap of flat earthers that believe Tony Heller. Elon is a pioneer and a creator in advanced humanity. I don't think so, man. I don't think so. I think Elon Musk has done more destruction than anything. His meddling in politics, especially in Europe, history will not look at him kindly, dude. He's invented nothing. He's bought everything that he's invented. He bought Tesla. He have, with PayPal as well, made the people change the founding documents to put him as the founder. And you guys still buy it. You sweet, sweet spirits. He did not invent shit. The Boring Company? What did happen to that? That quit, right? He's like, we're going to make money just by selling the bricks that come out of it. Okay, they're still operating in Las Vegas, but it's faced significant challenges, hundreds of environmental violations and fines. Companies construction working on it. So this is where This is where Elon Musk starts to fall apart. Like, Elon Musk obviously believes in climate change, but most of y'all don't, right? And then he was all about the electric cars. Y'all hated those until he got on your side of politics. Now you love him. But climate change is still not real. I don't get, like, what's y'all's position there? Who created Starlink? Did you know that Starlink isn't the first internet to come out of space? You poor soul. I saw Cash is suing the Atlantic for $250 million. Have you seen? There's a good video on this. It's embarrassing. His lawsuit is embarrassing. He's like, how could I possibly be drunk when I've arrested this many people and I've done this many indictments? No one's ever done this. I'm not drunk. Oh my God. Who created SpaceX? You know what? Elon Musk, I think that might be one of the only things that he's done, but it actually lies on their website, and it says that Elon Musk is responsible for the engineering for some of the rockets. No. Nope. Elon Musk created Twitter, all right? He took all the scientists he had from NASA. Yeah. And taxpayers, like, SpaceX would be absolutely nothing without us just literally funding it to the tunes of millions a day. A day. He didn't create shit. The PayPal con job is more interesting. Like, it wasn't his, like, roommate that wrote the code for the website that PayPal bought, that he later took the money and bought. It was like majority stock, and then he, on a secret meeting, ousted the CEO and then took position as the new founder. He's literally just a thief. He's a piece of shit. He started all the way at the bottom, being the son of a jade mining heir. I can't get my words today, y'all. Just like Trump, who started with a small loan of $1 million, even after he inherited $420 million. Just a small loan after that. Elon overstayed his visa. Yeah, he was illegal at one point. He was. Elon's like literally a supervillain. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Hello?
Hi, is
Yes,
this
sir.
a Trump
Yep.
supporter? All right. Have we spoken already today?
I think we did this morning. Yeah.
Okay. What do you got for me?
I was just listening to something. You said a small loan, bro. Do you understand the thing in money, man? Okay, you say a $1 million loan. That's just like if I gave you a penny and I were to tell you, bro, turn that into $10,000. That'd be really hard to do, right? You say a small loan. I think that's why he's the greatest business dude ever. He wrote The Art of the Deal in the 80s. Y'all loved him until he turned Republican.
Have you
like
have you actually paid
I'm-
attention to his history in business? Because he was a very bad businessman. And he
Well, how?
inherited.
When you have 800 businesses and 2 fail, isn't that the thing of being a
That's
businessman, brother?
that's not
that
the
a couple
truth.
are going to fail.
That's
Yeah,
not true.
that are a couple are going to fail, and you're going to have to do bankruptcy on a couple of them.
That's not what I'm
You've worked
alluding
like 4 or
to.
5 billion.
I'm not
Well, I'm
alluding to
just
that.
saying, dude.
He
When you got
inherited
$5 billion,
$400 million. Did you know that? He inherited that?
way later on. Yeah, okay.
Okay,
Right.
and then
So
his banks put him on a contract where he couldn't spend. He had to be put on allowance for $250,000 a month because he was just fucking hemorrhaging money, and he was pretty much broke all the way up until The Apprentice. He was broke. He was not successful at all.
I don't know, man. To take $1 million and turn it to $4 billion enterprise, that's pretty successful to me, bro.
He didn't do that. He was
Not at all.
broke.
It
He was
didn't make
broke.
the art of
The
the deal.
majority of his money is from ripping people off. He has stiffed contractors constantly. He even entrapped people in the Middle East to build towers. He brought Polish workers over here and hired them. They were undocumented and then didn't
He's a
pay
great
them.
businessman.
He didn't
Yeah,
pay
he's a
them.
great businessman.
That is not a good businessman. And that is what is
Well,
he
I
doing with the
think
American economy and the American geopolitical stances. We are now weaker because of his poor business dealings and the way he treats his business and his business partners. He is doing that to the other countries we do business with, and he is fucking them over to where they are no longer friends with us.
Well, you can think that, big bro, but like the idea is we voted for him. Everybody's happy with the state of affairs and stuff, so we'll see what happens.
Who's everybody?
The people who voted for him, most of the country.
I think that people who don't read might be like weirdly
You
upbeat
think
about
that's
what's
what it
going
is?
on. Yeah.
Well, you could say stuff like that just because you lost and you were on the wrong side of history. You can say people are uneducated and this and that and the other, but just think about that.
I
We
do think
voted
about
for
it.
him. Why didn't we vote for your side? Well, how come y'all lost?
Because y'all were tricked. I interview y'all every day, and it's very sad.
Well, it is sad, whining all the time. It is very sad, but just remember you lost.
I think Trump's whole campaign was crying, wasn't it? Crying that he lost the election, crying that things were getting just so expensive, gas is expensive.
300,000 dead Democrats or dead Republicans rather vote for Trump. You know what I mean? It was kind of, they pushed it out the woodwork, but that was a good thing though.
There's no
With all the
information that shows
poverty
that's
saw,
true.
Thank God, no, there is. And that's the thing we were talking about earlier. There is information, you just don't choose to believe it.
Have the
Because you
judges
get on there,
adjudicate this? Has any courts adjudicated this, or is this just all make believe for you
You
still?
seem like you seem like a Google and a stat guy. I'm telling you, as a man, it's not the best way to do it because anything you can get on the Google, bro, I can pull up something that's going to do vice versa. It's going to flip on the other side.
I don't think that's true. Every time someone says
I
that, they
do,
don't
man,
bring up
you're saying
anything.
that only 2% of trans kids kill themselves. Actually, it's like way high. So, and I know
That's
you're wrong.
not the stat. It's 2%.
Yeah, so it's
2% is regret rate.
Yeah, and it's huge, brother. You say it's 2%. I'm saying it's way huge. And then you're wrong.
Can you
with
give
that.
me a
But it's
stat
okay.
on that?
Believe
Where
what
can
you
I
read,
find
bro.
that?
Give you a statistic. That's what I was thinking of. That's your,
Yeah.
like big fallback on
We
things. So
we
I
create
gotta
opinions on
pull up something.
statistic
I
and
gotta
not propaganda.
I
So
gotta
like,
send it to you.
yeah. So for instance, if you see like a bunch of pictures or videos of people that hate Republicans, and that's all I took, and I didn't look at any statistics, would I be correct in my assessment?
Well, if I showed you a study that showed that like a huge thing of people post trans operation, post all this, would you renege everything you said and realize
Yeah,
you were wrong?
yeah. I will. Yeah, if you give me a
One
study.
simple study would do that.
Yeah.
Study would
You
do
show me some studies that are peer reviewed. I'd love that. Yeah, I'd love that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I've been reading on, man. So I think you're wrong on that. But
Cool.
It's just
What
respectful,
study should I look
helpful,
at?
right? But yeah. How about this? Because I know you're not an idiot. Just do me a favor. Just play devil's advocate for me. Just look at what I'm saying and type it in for me, because there's a bunch of them.
I
So
do
just
this
type
all
in-
day, every day. I do this all day, every day.
So check in.
I
So
look at
check in
it,
what I'm saying, bro.
and
All right, yeah,
none of
check in
y'all
what I'm
have
saying.
anything to give me. Nothing.
I've seen multiple studies, brother, and how bad it is. And I think you're like just minimalizing it. Like you said 2%. I'm thinking it's way higher.
Yeah.
Like 30, 40. Like, dude, you got
What's
it's
the regret rate for knee surgery?
But that isn't cutting your dick off, brother. What does knee surgery have to do
What
with
it,
cutting? Like,
okay,
changing
they
your-
still have
like,
lifelong consequences, right?
how are you doing that for castrating yourself to like if you fuck yourself up skateboarding or something, dude? You're like,
So-
that's weird, man. You're smarter.
I get. I think you are too, man. I think that you just don't like this stuff because it's icky to you.
It's not icky. It's buying into mental illnesses. I think it's a mass mental thing, and then it's really gnarly. We've never had anything with this mass mental illness, like I was referring to earlier.
I think the biggest mass mental illness is Christianity.
No, well, come on, castrating kids or believing in God and doing the right thing. Where do you think the Ten Commandments come from? Because if it was just like you said,
From man.
it wasn't because you. But look, all the places that have Christianity, the countries, they do better than any country that doesn't. And these things come from a higher power, man. They don't come from humans. Because if it simply came from what you're saying, wouldn't humanity be doing great then? Where do you think these good things come from?
I think that you guys fetishize science when it's convenient for you, when you're ickied
We're
out by
all
it.
humans.
I think you fetishize it.
God loves your soul, by the
Not
way.
all kids that are trans have their genitals surgery. This is a very low, very tiny
I wish
exception.
you were right, bro.
It is true.
You're,
It is true.
dude, you're saying that.
And you guys
How
look
are
at
you
this
keen
and
on
you
transgender
want
people?
to,
How do you know everything about transgender people, bro?
because
Are
I
you
study
trying to
it.
turn into a girl? I'm telling.
He was paid to kick, by the way. Yeah. This guy's not interested in the science. No MAGA is, because the second you actually look at it objectively, you don't get anything besides the scientific consensus. The thing that doctors work towards every day to figure out how to give the best outcomes to people who are suffering from gender dysphoria or something of that nature, that's what scientists and doctors practice. And if you're simply just saying, ooh, that's icky, and you're looking at some pictures on the internet of people who regret it, that's a pretty bad way to develop an opinion. It's not science. Science only matters when it fits the left's narrative. I don't think that's the case. I think we go along with whatever scientific consensus is the case. We're willing to change our mind. We're progressives. I think in nature, I think naturally progressives look at science and say, this is wonderful. We're going along with new information. Conservatives inherently, in the word conservative, you guys want to stay the same. You don't like new information. You're the people out in the hills, living in a house on the hill, that have never seen a gay person or a trans person. So when you hear these new ideas, it's jarring to you, and you're like, oh God, that's crazy. And you guys are just unwilling to change. You want it all to stay simple and stay the same, and it's just not the case. We have to fight y'all tooth and nail. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
No, I'm not. But I wanted to give my 2 cents.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so recently, I'll admit at one point in time, I wasn't a Trump supporter, but I was a Republican, if you get my drift.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I was conservative, and he was meeting some of my interests, and now it's getting to the point where I'm looking at what the Trump administration is doing. It's like, ugh. I had to stop supporting him when it got to like Venezuela, and now with Iran, it's like the guy is a moron. But the frustrating part is like, all these people are like, oh, but he's doing good things. It's like, yeah, but the bad things he's doing are way more concerning. I mean, to get to my point, what I'm trying to get at here is, I was a fan of him in 2016, or at least he met my interests. But now, especially today, I don't like anybody in the government. My whole opinion is, it's not left or right. It's top versus bottom. They're all corrupt. And it didn't help when I had a chance to actually see the Epstein files, and yeah, it was harder to find who wasn't on the list that's in our government than who is. That's the depressing part.
Yeah, I can somewhat agree with you, but I think when it comes down to like writing legislation or actual outcomes, when we talk about economy or making jobs or world peace or being friends with our allies, the left literally just outperforms them in every instance. If you take every social wedge issue out of the mix and just blow all of it out of the big picture, the second someone brings up trans, gay, or anything like that, if you just stop listening and you just literally just listen to economic policy or social policy, the left is literally neck and shoulders above anybody every single time.
I can understand where you're coming from. I mean, I kind of disagree, but that's just what I've experienced myself too. Because I will say this, it doesn't matter what administration I've seen. It's just the job market right now is getting worse, no matter where you see it. And now, yeah, though there is, the Trump administration is in charge right now. You go to places like California, and it's like, oh, hey, why is it a tent city and the Democrats are running this city? They're running the state, and it's like,
Can
oh, it's
you
a tent
can you give
city, and
me
then you.
can you tell me a thing that Republicans do that do away with tent cities or homelessness?
I'll admit I can't.
Yeah, they don't do anything. They just
I
point at it and do sports teams politics. The only people who do anything at all is Democrats. So it would be
well,
immediately
okay, I'll put
worse
it.
under Republican rule.
Here's, and this is coming from a neutral perspective. I think inherently both sides, the core foundation of both parties, have good intentions, but there are corrupt people in charge of both of them. That's the way I
I think
see it.
there's
I think
corruption everywhere, and if you point to it for political points, then sure you can get somewhere. But we live in a huge country, and there's going to be bad actors in every facet, no matter what side. And all you have to do is pay attention to the people who hold them accountable, or pay attention to the programs that actually do succeed. And in every account, in Democrat states, we outperform them. Democrat presidents create 50 times more jobs, and that's a literal number: 50 times more jobs than Republicans. And I just think it's not even a question. If you just look at the economy as a whole, it doesn't come close.
Well, you also got to remember how many veterans committed suicide during the Biden administration. I'm not saying that's a fact. I'm just saying especially
what do Republicans
to a lot of
do to
military
stop
veterans.
that? What does Republicans do to stop that? They just cut down the suicide hotline. They just cut staff for that. They just displaced 10,000 more veterans and made them homeless this year to add to the 30,000 homeless veterans because Trump is cutting money for bombing children.
Yeah, I mean, for me, although I do have a more conservative outlook, I will say this: it's getting more inherently frustrating seeing the fact, no matter which side I vote for, because for me, I don't care who it is. I vote for the least corrupt. For me, it just gets frustrating seeing that both sides. I genuinely believe this, just due to the fact that my hope in this country is depleting badly. I really think neither side has the American people's interest at heart. I really do not think that anymore. Republicans, Democrats, doesn't matter.
Stop looking for corruption and just look at bills and look at the outcomes of those bills. If it's good or bad, cut through the shit, cut through the noise, and I don't know. Look at the PACT Act. Biden signed the PACT Act, which was $800 million for veterans. Every single Republican voted against it. There were 3 more bills that Trump was able to pass in his first administration. The only people who voted against him were Republicans. The only side that does social welfare programs and adds to those causes are Democrats. The only people who take away from them are Republicans. It doesn't even come close.
Well, I also think the reason for that is because Republicans think that are more of a deregulation mindset. They want less government legislation. They want the government to have less regulation over everything. Now, don't get me wrong. I do think there's some things the government should regulate, but I also think the government should not regulate everything that people do. And the big thing with that bill, I believe, is that it was adding more legislation.
Yeah, I think that's just that's just a silly mindset. Moving forward throughout the next 10, 20, 100, 200 years, there's going to be legislation every year. There's going to be like 100 pieces of legislation that we pass. We have to keep up with the times, AI, and all this shit that's coming out. And not to mention, we just have to address the failures of past legislation. So for you to just simply be against adding things that make our country run more efficiently is silly and short-sighted. And
it's not that I'm against. It's not that I'm against adding legislation. I'm against adding overstepping legislation. I'm against, legislation that,
So you're wholly against Republicans. Because that's all they do.
Well, Well, okay, yeah. So that's the thing is like, I'm against that, but I'm also like, and this is really the only thing that frustrates me about the Democrats is one. Just to be clear, I'm a Protestant Christian, so a lot of the morals and values that the Democrats hold just don't align to me religiously. And then at the same time, you look at the fact that, like, for example, the Clintons and the fact that there is so many lucrative things going on with the Epstein files and them, it's like, that's concerning. And although, I personally did get a chance to look at the Epstein files, it doesn't matter
There's
if
there's
both
no
sides are on it.
absolutely not. There's only one thing you can know about the Epstein files right now that is alarming is that not one arrest or investigation has been started. Not a single one. No one's been
Exactly,
arrested, and that's Trump. That's Pam Bondi.
Yeah.
That is Trump. That is his best friend of 10 years. I don't think the next president's going to come out and do this, I'm sure. But the second you start arresting people, all roads lead to Trump or one of his friends, and that's why he's not arresting
Well,
anybody.
here's the thing. You also got to think if the Democrats in charge, and you got to think if both sides are on the files, would the Democrats start arresting their own politicians too?
Yes.
That's more of the perspective I'm thinking of.
We're the
You
only
gotta
side that
think
eat our
about it.
own. We're the only side that does that. Look at Eric
Start-
Swalwell. Look at John Menendez. Not Menendez. The guy who was caught with a bunch of gold bars and stuff. We hold our own accountable. We do this proudly. The right rallies behind them, and the second, like for instance, y'all are so tribal. The second someone steps out of line against Trump, they're a rhino. It's extremely tribal, and it doesn't allow for that kind of stuff.
Well, I mean, I can understand that, but at the same time, you look at people, like, here's the thing, like, and this is my 2 cents, if we had Democrats like JFK again, that were, like, younger people who actually genuinely cared, because for my reasoning, I think nobody in our government cares about the American people, and I'm sticking to that. I just genuinely don't think our politicians care about us anymore. I think they're so filled with their own greedy and interests that they genuinely do not care about us.
Can
at
you
all.
can you name
I-
can you name one thing that Joe Biden passed during his administration?
Well, I mean, I can count the fact that leaving Iran, we caused several military service members to die. Well, no, it was
that was
Iran,
Trump's
sorry,
fault.
Afghanistan.
That was Trump's fault.
Yeah, well, technically, no. Like, here's the thing. It was important. So Trump was in the process of leaving Afghanistan when the Biden administration took over. He poorly executed that process of leaving Afghanistan. So it was kind of both of their faults. It wasn't just one.
So do you think that would be
person's fault.
fair
It
for
was
the person who
Swiss
is
cheese of-
also equally at fault to go around and parade 13 dead people and point at Biden for something that he's partially responsible for?
Well, yeah, I mean, you got to think about it like this. Imagine, like, you got to think about it like this. The whole facade of left versus right, it's politicians trying to keep us at bay. Think about it like we're the puppets and the politicians are the puppet masters. Like, we are not truly appreciated by politicians. We're just pawns on a chessboard for them.
I agree that for Trump. I agree that for Republicans, they don't really write any policy that helps normal people. Democrats do. But Republicans don't do that. They take away health care. They take away food programs. They take away all that shit. Democrats actually add to it every time. So we are not the same at all.
Well, here's the thing. And although I can agree with you on that the policies that the Republicans make are not good, I will say this. Look at the national debt. Who creates more debt?
Republicans.
Because although both are the blame, but I saw like a few.
It's not even close. It's not even close. I have the chart right now.
Okay.
It's not even close. Republicans, every single time they're in power, they increase the deficit, explode it, and think about why. They will never, ever run on a policy that would increase taxes, right? Ever. And Democrats do. So how the fuck would anybody ever balance a budget with only one tool at their disposal, which is cut taxes?
So I will ask this: how many times did it take the Senate to vote to release the Epstein files, and how many Republicans and Democrats continuously voted no? I
What
will
does this
ask
have to
you
do with the
that.
budget?
No. I'm just saying it's like I think both sides are corrupt, and although yes, I do see a lot of corrupt legislation going through the government, and you say that the Democrats aren't pushing anything corrupt. I think there's corruption with the Democrats too. That's
But
what I'm
I think
trying to
that
push.
you don't
It's
have a
not left or right
qualified.
for me.
I
It's
don't think you have a
all of
qualified
them.
opinion on this because I just asked you like name one piece of legislation from Biden. You don't know any. I think you've been reading just like weird poop that comes out of right wing media.
Well, I mean, I will say this: there was one legislation. There was a grant that the Democrats pushed, and although I am very pro public transportation, I am very pro self-sustaining public transportation. And the Biden administration pushed a grant of giving like several $billions to Amtrak. And although I do enjoy what Amtrak is and what they're doing, I just don't think that's a good way of spending our money, especially if, the real goal should be trying to get rid of the national debt. You see, I just think
That same
everything
bill
both sides are
paid for
doing is poorly
itself.
executed.
That bill paid for itself.
Well,
So
yeah. Here's the thing: I just think both sides are poorly executing legislation. One side is pushing their own greedy self-interest, and one side is pushing legislation that just isn't the most logical, in my opinion. I mean, like if you look at the historical factors of it all, I mean, it just both sides have pushed legislation that have been stupid, that have
mm-mm.
been inherently
I would
meant
say
for
like
something good, but
Democrats, you have like a 1 out of 10 case for this, and Republicans, you have like a 12 out of 10 case. Republicans do nothing but give them like rich people tax breaks and bankrupt the country, and then we have to go print money and cause inflation. Every single president in the last 30 years that have
that's
been
the
Republican
thing.
have fucked up the budget. Really fucked up the
That's
budget.
the thing. You look. Here's the thing. The Biden administration was the one that printed a bunch more money. They were the
That's
one
not
that
true.
started causing.
That's literally false.
Are you sure?
Yes, 100%.
Are you sure about
yes. So Trump, in his presidency, the M2 supply went from 13.6 trillion to 19 trillion, and then during the Biden administration went to 21 trillion. Who printed more?
Okay. Yeah, that's true. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm just trying to give my two cents here. I genuinely just am not happy with our government as a whole right now. And
I think
get it.
I think
There
it's an
might be some good
unqualified
things
opinion, man.
Democrats.
I think it's an unqualified opinion. You need to look at legislation, man. Stop listening to fucking dumbass politicians and just read some legislation they write.
Well, that's the thing. I do read legislation, and the frustrating thing is, it's just so polarized. I wish, for me, I really wish politics weren't so radicalized. I really wish people can have a respectful disagreement and not get heated over the fact that, oh, I'm team red or, oh, I'm team blue. I wish it was just, hey, I think this legislation makes sense, and if there's a disagreement, it can be respectful, I get frustrated with all of this polarization of politics where, oh, I'm Republican, so I can't be friends with a Democrat, or, oh, I'm Democrat, so I can't be friends with
This
a
is an
Republican.
era
I
started
don't
by Trump.
appreciate any
This
of
is
that.
this is the era ushered in by Trump. Can you not, like imagine think about Mitt Romney and Obama having their debate, and now imagine Hillary and Trump. Trump calling his opponent's wife a dog, and saying that they're corrupt, and espousing anti-government propaganda for 600 times over the course of like 10 years. That's what Trump has done to America. It's not left versus right. It's Trump versus the left. It's Trump and MAGA versus everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say this: I really wish more people can have that understanding that, like, yeah, for at least the conservative people, Trump might be the best that they have right now, but it's the frustrating thing of, well, the guy is an egotistical jerk. And
he's a
that
malignant
really does
narcissist.
frustrate me.
He's literally a malignant
Well,
narcissist, just like Hitler. Literally.
Well, okay. Well, here's the thing. He's not. Well, that's a frustrating thing to say because he hasn't killed, over 3 million Jews. He
And I don't
hasn't
want
killed
to
three
wait for
million
that
Jews, but
either.
Hitler
So
does.
I don't care to wait for that. We look for warning signs now. So
Well, yeah. Well, and don't get me wrong. The moment stuff like that starts happening, it's absolutely going to be screwed up. What I'm trying to say is like,
and it's
yeah,
6 million, not 3.
yeah, he is very authoritarian. Yeah, and that is frustrating. Like that is frustrating being with how authoritarian he is. I'm more concerned about just what's going on at this point. I don't like to try to compare people to like Hitler, Stalin, Mao Zedong. I don't try to relate politicians like that to those absolute disgusting people. I don't.
I think
I
Trump
just
is
think
definitely in
that's
that.
too.
History will look at Trump in that wheelhouse. In fact, you can just see the world has come out,
Oh,
and multiple countries have come out and said Trump is a bigger threat than Netanyahu, than Putin. He's all the way up on the biggest threat in the world right now. He's all the way at the top.
Oh yeah, well, it gets frustrating, especially because he keeps pissing off our allies that we have right now. That gets frustrating. I will say this is going to be controversial. I am not a big fan of us being an ally with Israel, and that's just more from my religious standpoint. Protestant, and the Jews killed Jesus, that whole thing. But that I know that's a very controversial opinion, but
It's not
that's where
controversial. I
I
think
stand.
that if you have half a brain, you don't like the state of Israel, and you don't like Trump's friendship with all of the disgusting dictators on earth. He's literally
Well,
only
the
friends with those
frustrating
people.
part. Well, here's the frustrating part. It's like, I've seen Democrats say, "Oh yeah, we don't support Israel," but then, "Oh yeah, we're still sending Israel a bunch of military weapons and whatnot," as they're saying, "Yeah, we don't support them," and it's like,
So
really, you don't support them?
the thing is, Democrats actually paused giving them munitions and arms, and asked them for a plan of action so that where they're not just indiscriminately fucking killing people all the time. That's the difference between us and the right.
Well, for me, I'm more of like, how can I put this? I wish the U.S. was more neutral when it came to external geopolitics. I really wish we stayed out of it. Like, for example, what happened during the Biden administration with Israel going up against the Palestinians. I wish we just left all of that alone. Just let them deal with their own nonsense. And if people that we know that won't hurt us wanted to buy weapons from Lockheed Martin and whatnot, they just do that, and we just left them alone. I wish we didn't have to like push our own interests with all of these
Should
other
we allow
countries. Now
terrorists to
I
buy
understand.
weapons from Lockheed Martin?
Oh, absolutely not. That's what I'm saying. As
Yeah,
long as they have
and
American
what are your
interests,
what
but
are
I don't
your
think we should be imposing our interests.
Oh, yeah. Trump said that, and this is just as deadly, like that we should just allow Israel to do whatever they want to finish the job. I think that's just as bad. Being complicit or enabling a terrorist country to do what they want, I think it's bad. And I think that the instability in the Middle East has effects throughout the whole world. So we can't just be this isolationist country anymore. We have every means and every interest in keeping these people in check, especially since we're the one who gave Israel the ability to be the way they are. We subsidize their country to the tunes of tens of billions of dollars, and they have more safety nets than we do. I think that.
Oh yeah, it gets frustrating. And here's the thing: is like that's the thing is like I try to like to give you an idea. I've been raised with a very conservative family, and I'm not really conservative or liberal at all. I'm more of in a neutral position, as we said earlier. But I've been trying to explain to them. It's like, yeah, there's inherent. Sorry, my throat's dry. Sorry there. Yeah, I've been trying to like explain to them. It's like, yeah, like there is inherent corruption with the Democrats, as they've been saying, and they've shown me their proof. And it's like, yeah, okay, there have been scandals here and there, money laundering. Yeah, that
Where
happens. That's both sides.
Where?
I mean, here, hang on. Let me find it. Where was the document? Here, hang on, give me a second.
So we have Trump making like
I
$4
really
billion
just
dollars. So if you like look at all of the corruption historically in the United States and all politicians and all of the money that they unrightfully gained, we can add it all up and we can like triple it, and it's still not as much as Trump made last year.
Oh, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, again, I'm not surprised whenever one side or the other side's doing something corrupt. You got to remember, I think they're all corrupt.
It's not all
You
the
know,
same though. Like there's one that's made all of the money ever, and then there's the other side where you can say, "Oh, there's like one dude who made some money and we prosecuted him." And then there's Trump lawlessly doing rug pulls with meme coins, selling pardons, like, and then you have the whole party saying it's okay. That's not okay.
Oh yeah, I agree, and that's the frustrating. And here's the more frustrating stuff. It's like what we did in Venezuela. Like, don't get me wrong, there are good things that came out of that. The Venezuelan people are no longer under an evil dictator anymore. They now have better governments in place, and
It's the
the
same
Venezuelan
government.
people are much happier.
It's the same
But
exact what? The same
here's
exact
the
people.
frustrating. Well, they got rid of Maduro. What I'm trying to get at though is like, I don't like the way that we went in. We didn't have a formal declaration of war. We didn't have
Yeah, he
any
did war
formal way of
crimes.
doing it. We just
Yeah.
went in,
And kidnapped somebody.
Maduro, and left. And my parents are like, "But that's fine." It's like, yeah, no. The proper process is that we need congressional approval first before we attack another country. That's how it used to be. That's how it should be. But now, especially looking at Iran, Israel was the first. Well, a lot of people get frustrated here about like the details. Israel was technically the first one to attack, and then because Israel attacked, Iran attacked our facilities, which gave a good enough excuse for us to get involved in there. It's all stupid. I think it's a false flag, but it gets frustrating because don't get me wrong, I'm all for protecting this country, and I think Iran is a very corrupt and evil country. It's just, it gets frustrating whenever it gets elongated or it just gets stretched out, and it's like, oh, we want absolute surrender, when it's like, just negotiate for peace. Whatever interests you want to push, be fine. Oh, you want them to get rid of their nuclear program? Push for that specifically, and then end it all. And then end it. Especially because Iran at one point was trying to say, yes, we want. We'll agree with getting rid of our nuclear program. But then Trump's like, no, absolute surrender. It gets frustrating with how idiotic both sides are.
Trump is the absolute worst last person I would trust for any sort of diplomacy. He can't even get along with his own administration. He has a 95% turnover rate with his first administration. He has no close friends you could point to. He doesn't get along with anybody. So I just don't see how anybody would trust that he's the person who's going to negotiate a peace deal when we had one in place that he tore up, probably on the behalf of Netanyahu, so that they could pursue another war. So
and that's the frustrating thing is like, I will admit I kind of wish the old Trump back in 2016 was still around, because at least he was more tame and more like, hey, I will, I'm not going to be so crazy. Because again, I have a more conservative mindset, although I think both sides are inherently corrupt. But I will say this: it's like a lot of legitimate, not Trump supporters, but a lot of Republicans are starting to get fed up with Trump, and I think the majority of the American people are starting to see my mindset of, hey, the government just doesn't care about us anymore. Especially because you look at the inflation, which I don't get me wrong, I think the Trump administration is to blame, but you also look at the fact that the job market right now sucks. Like, dude, I'm working at a job that's paying me $18 an hour, and I can barely afford my flight lessons. I'm a student pilot myself, and so it's like I could barely afford my investment into my future career. And the job I have right now is just, it sucks, and it's like, it gets frustrating. Now, and even now, it's like it got frustrating going to college because it's like, oh, hey, you know, the job market around there sucks too. It just seems like everything for the average American sucks right now, and you know, we're all thinking that, hey, both sides are pushing stuff that helps, or one side or the other is
One side
pushing
does.
something that helps.
One side does
Huh?
push things that help. Like Biden made 15 million jobs. He brought inflation down from 9 to 3%. He made tons of investments in microchip manufacturing and biotech engineering and EVs. And Trump
Okay,
gutted
well,
all that.
hang on. So, not that I don't believe you, but where did those 15 million jobs come from? Is what I'm curious about.
Have
Like,
you
don't
heard of
get
the
me wrong.
chips?
It's
Have
like,
you heard of the Chips and Science Act?
the Chip and Science Act. Yeah, I heard about it. It's
So
quite interesting.
that would be one thing. Have you heard of the infrastructure deal?
Sorry. Say that again.
The infrastructure deal that Biden passed? That immediately created
Infrastructure.
tens of thousands of projects where it created people and opportunities for small businesses and people to go to work and build highways and waterways and all that stuff. Remove all the lead pipes out of every house in America. Like that created jobs. That had to have created jobs. So name one thing Trump did that created jobs. Nothing. Not a single thing.
Well, here's the thing. I don't look at the title of these bills because here's the thing. It's like you can write whatever you want in this legislation. If, like, for example, if it says the Stop Killing Puppies and Kittens Act, and then inside the
Yeah, I know.
legislation, it
Read
says,
the
oh, yeah, we're
legislation,
gonna
and that's what it did. There's a whole website that's dedicated to tracking every bit of this stuff. Trump took it down, by the way.
Congress.gov. I'm very
so you can
you
see
know.
that it's not just the title, the fancy title. You can see the things that actually did, and they were good. They created jobs.
Yep, but you also got to look at the legislation that came before that and before that. It just seems like both sides are getting like, and that's why I say that. I've done the research. I've looked at it from a neutral perspective. Both sides are fighting badly. That the cannon fodder of it is really just screwing up life for us. And
I think that if you I don't know. I think if you actually knew the nature of some of the bills that each party passed, I don't think you would actually have this stance. I don't think that's a thing. I think that every single thing that Biden passed in his presidency was a net positive, and it was great, and made jobs, and gave things like healthcare and safety nets to Americans. And Trump's basically stripped all of that away. He's taken $1 trillion worth of Social Security and gave that into the form of tax cuts to the very richest of the rich. You can't even start to make a case for saying that it's the same on both sides. It's not even close.
So okay, I will ask you this. During the beginning of the Biden administration, the Trump administration at the time, during 2016 and all that, going up to 2020, they were pushing for energy independence so that, you know, gas prices would be more affordable. Now, I know nowadays that's all out the window, and, you know,
not
it
true.
sucks for us right now, but
I mean, kind
but
of,
we were in the process of making a pipeline that would go from Alaska to the mainland United States.
I'm going to stop you.
And the first thing the Biden administration did, from what I was told, was stop the
and
stop the
that's
continuation
misinformation.
of building that pipeline.
Yeah, it's misinformation. So the judge Brian Morris is the one who stopped that in 2019. Because it was sued by an indigenous group and environmentalists. And in 2020, Trump's own Supreme Court upheld that decision. So you're just spewing some misinformation. And Biden, if you just Google these words right now, Biden, most energy independent in the United States has been in 75 years. You'll see that Biden made us more energy independent than Trump. He pumped more gas and oil out of the ground than Trump every single year he was in office. And the misinformation surrounding that is insane.
I mean, Again, I want to know, like, is that coming directly from the government or is that coming from CNN? Like, where
There's
is
a
that coming
website
from?
called the EIA.gov, the Energy Information Administration. They track oil production by month and year, and you can look at the beginning of Trump's presidency. It was 8.8 million barrels per day. At the end, it was 11 million barrels per day. Joe Biden started at 11 million barrels per day, and he ended at 13.4 million barrels per day.
Okay. Oh wow. Okay. I found the website you have right now. It's a direct government website. That's the Energy Information Administration.
Look at
Estimated
crude
is
oil
it crude
production.
oil?
Yeah.
Oh wow. The United States is falling way behind China. That is concerning. All
It's
right.
still we were exporting more oil than ever under Biden, which is good. We were drilling more under Biden. We drilled more than any country on earth in history. Trump just basically made y'all all believe the opposite by screaming the words "drill, baby, drill." It's kind of silly.
Yeah, I will say this. It's, like, I will say this. You know, it just seems like everybody. I will admit it. This is that I'm more frustrated per se. I really wish
You want
things
to know
weren't
You want to know something
so
else?
left or right.
If you want to know something else that will really fucking blow your mind, Google
What?
OPEC plus 2020. Okay, you'll see that Trump forced Saudi Arabia to stop drilling oil to the tune of 9.7 million barrels a day, which created the same environment you're seeing right now with oil reduced in the world market. And it made oil prices surge for 2 years straight during the Biden administration. On his way out, that's what he did. And he fucked up oil prices, and he pointed at Biden. He said, look at Biden. He fucked up oil prices. But it was Trump.
All right. Let's see. Let's see. Primary energy overview. Let's see. He primary energy exports by source. Okay. Let's see. This is weird. Okay, so I'm looking at the 2020 graph, and it shows a very significant drop at the start of 2020, and then throughout the 4 years after, the graph is inconclusively going up and down. But if you go from 2020 to 2025, that graph is just going up, no matter what, throughout the years since 2020.
So the price of oil isn't just reliant on how much we drill, right? It's like you see the Strait of Hormuz, it's closed. We're still pumping oil at 100%, right? But oil prices are up.
Oh, yeah.
That's what Trump did for us. Trump did that to Saudi Arabia, and he made them reduce their oil production so that oil prices skyrocketed.
Okay, let's see. Let's see. Petroleum. Please select the table. Petroleum overview. Is this talking about energy or exports? Petroleum products supplied. Petroleum field production.
Look up OPEC 2020.
Sorry,
OPEC deal 2020. OPEC. OPEC.
Every graph I'm looking at here shows a significant drop in exports, or in I get petroleum products. It's showing a significant drop in supply and demand in 2020.
Yeah, because nobody was driving in 2020.
Yeah, that actually that makes sense. And then 2021, it shows it's stabilizing. Okay, and all right. Yeah, I mean that makes the numbers check out. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, here we go. Petroleum imports. So let's go from annual. Let's see, annual. Here we go. Let's do 2021 to 2025. Oh yeah, there's a drop. There's definitely a drop.
That doesn't do that. So you're still kind of looking at the wrong thing. I'm talking about world supply. So no matter how much we intake or output, I'm talking about the price of oil skyrocketing because Trump forced them to stop drilling oil for the world, creating scarcity.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah.
So
But
that's
here's the
what Trump
thing: is
did.
like,
Trump is literally the only person who's fucked up oil prices in the last decade.
all right, yeah. I mean, okay, I can see that. I can understand that. But hey, I do gotta go. I was just giving my 2 cents out there. You know, both sides are corrupt. I'm still, I still do think that. I still do believe that. But you know, I can understand where you're coming from and your perspectives. Although I do respectfully disagree. Hopefully, in the future, I can possibly see Democrats actually, you know, pushing those interests. It's just right now, and this is coming from somebody who doesn't watch Fox or doesn't watch CNN, like doesn't watch any of those politically biased news. Just looking at the straight up like source of the information,
Mm-hmm.
I just can't trust either side right now, and that's just coming from somebody who's not like, oh, you know, Trump anti-government. I'm just legitimately anti-government as a
Mm-hmm.
whole. So either way, it was nice chatting with you, dude. I will look in more into the research here and actually looking at the numbers to see like genuinely what it genuinely the numbers what they actually say. But it was nice chatting with you, man.
You too. Take it easy.
All right, you too. Bye.
All right, Emmanuel. Sorry for making you wait. That was 40 minutes. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, I'm a Trump supporter, and I've been listening to you for the past few minutes, and every single thing you've been saying, honestly, is pissing me off.
Okay. So you just have some feelings. Do you
Because
have any like information?
you let your feelings towards Trump blind you to what's happening all over the world, honestly speaking.
Okay, but I just backed up some of my feelings with information, right?
All right, now I want you to listen to me carefully, okay? You're comparing your system with other countries' system. For example, you said Trump kidnapped the president of Venezuela, this, that. Let me tell you something. If he didn't do that, people in Venezuela today will still be suffering. Don't cut him, please. And if he didn't go to war against Iran, people in Iran today will still be suffering.
But he's threatening to kill all of
Hamas,
them.
did he kill all of them? Did he
He's
kill all of
threatening
them?
to, right? So I don't think his interests are the
Because
people of
Trump
Iran.
sometimes can be sarcastic, and if you don't understand that by this time, I don't think you know what you're doing.
I
After
don't.
4 years with Trump, still you don't understand that Trump can be sarcastic most of the time.
We don't deal in sarcasm. We can't both say Trump means what he says and say he's sarcastic at the same time because
All
that's
right,
the gist, right? You
why
guys,
do you support Hamas? Why do you support Hamas?
who said I support Hamas?
Why do you support Hamas?
I don't support
It's a
Hamas.
terrorist organization. But you
Why do
just
you
said
support
Trump is support
Israel? Israel's a terrorist
because
organization.
Israel is not a terrorist organization.
They absolutely
Hamas
are.
attacked Israel. Listen to me. Hamas attacked Israel. Then Israel had to fight back. If that was you, what would you do?
How many countries have said that Israel is a terrorist nation? How many Western countries?
How many Western countries have been to Gaza?
What point are you making? You have to go see Gaza or something?
The point I'm making is this. The countries that claim Israel is a terrorist organization have never ever gone there, gone to other countries that had real terrorists. If you go to countries like Nigeria, you will see terrorists and you will run. You don't compare those countries who live life lavishly to other countries who have not seen peace. You don't do that.
Okay, so Israel's attacked 6 of its surrounding neighbors in the last year. Would that make them a terrorist organization?
Terrorist organization. Israel attacked terrorist organization. Hezbollah,
So they say.
Hamas.
So in those
So
countries, they look at us and they say, "Hey, Israel and the United States are terrorist organizations."
now I want to ask you a question. Do you know who a terrorist is? What
Uh,
is
a,
your
ter-
definition of
a
terrorist?
terrorist organization is generally a organization aimed at doing things that directly try to influence politics or religion in the region with violence.
And now I can tell you that the only thing Hamas, Hezbollah, and all of them want is just to make Israel a Muslim nation. That's what they want.
I think it's the same for Israel, right? They actually have this in their charter for the Greater Israel Project to literally just invade these countries and take over.
Thank God you said you think, because that's not correct.
Isn't
Israel wants to
is that
destroy
not
Hezbollah and Hamas.
is that not their
That is what they
declaration?
want.
What's the Greater Israel Project? Do you know what that
Listen to
is?
me. Their agenda is to dismantle Hamas and Hezbollah. That is their only agenda. Nothing more, nothing less. Any other thing they say, they just want you to feel
What is
scared.
the Greater Israel
Finish.
Project? Can you tell me?
You mean to make everybody, or rather people in your area, Jewish?
So the same thing, you hate the Iran and Hezbollah for wanting to do that to them. They're doing that too.
So you support Hamas and Hezbollah just because you don't want Israel to make other people Jewish. Look at what you're saying.
No, I just think that Israel has a bigger budget and has a front of some sort of legitimacy because they have an official government and backing from Washington. So you side with the people that are left with fewer resources. You're just siding with people.
I'm going to tell you something. Listen, last year, just last year, not too far away, last year, this Hezbollah, they lined up about 50 men and unalived them in public marketplace. In public marketplace. How many times has Israel done that?
They've done that to 3,000 people this last week.
This last week?
Yes.
They lined people up in marketplace and unalived them.
No, they just destroyed entire towns.
Oh no.
With explosives.
They what?
They used explosives to demolition entire towns.
Oh, they use explosives to demolish an entire town. Don't you know that town they are demolishing is a town filled with terrorists? You wouldn't know that because you've never been there.
No,
you wouldn't know that.
There's no evidence that those towns are full of terrorists.
That is Democrats' problem. They hate Trump, so they neglect the world just because they hate Trump, and that is a problem for
yeah. I don't think that there's entire towns full of terrorists. I don't think that you would have a case to make to say that there's no innocent children or people that have died. That the body count of civilians is in the 2000s. These are civilian deaths.
I'm going to give you an example from a country that I love so much. That country is called Nigeria, okay? So, in Nigeria, there is this set of terrorists called Boko Haram. What they do is, they go to towns. They take over the towns. The army and the military can't fight them because they have so many people all around them. They can't fight them. So what do? They use those people there, the female, they breed with them. I won't say breed because it's not consensual. They breed with them, make more babies, and they will turn those babies to other terrorists as well. Governments can't go there because they can't find who is who. So
isn't that what Israel does?
What would you do? That's my question.
Doesn't Israel also do the same thing? They have like an intake program to give people a piece of land and make them have offspring, and they do the same thing, right? They just have more money.
What would you do?
And look more official.
What would you do? Answer the question. What would you do?
I wouldn't go kill everybody. So we spent decades in the Middle East.
Let the terrorists rape people continually.
I would not do, like, if you see our actions in the Middle East, we didn't go and just blow up all of Afghanistan because we knew there were civilians trickled in between all of the terrorists that we were fighting. So we didn't do that, which I agree with. I think we did do some bad things, but generally the U.S. public would not be okay with us just carpet bombing entire countries, which is what Israel wants to do.
That's not what Israel is doing.
If you just look at street interviews of people, they're all for it. They're all for as much bloodshed as they could possibly get.
If you stop listening to Al Jazeera for a sec and think for yourself, I believe you understand better. If you've been to those places, you know what I'm talking about. If you've been to places where people struggle to live and terrorists all over the place, you understand what I'm talking about. But you don't understand that because you've never lived there. I have lived there. I'm the one telling you. I have lived there. I have experienced it. I should be the one telling you, not you telling me that, okay?
Okay, and I've lived in America, and I can tell you right now that we are also funding terrorism and bombing school children unprovoked, right? Unprovoked.
Oh,
we've killed. Yes.
So you telling me that the 40,000 people that were unalived by Iran that you know of, those people they didn't have anybody to speak for them. Then Trump went there.
You're right. Only we have the right to kill civilians. So we need to come and save them by killing a bunch of school children.
Who killed any school children?
The United States, we bombed a school of schoolgirls.
Are you dumb or something? Who told you that shit?
It's what do you mean? A Tomahawk missile, we can see it in 4K. Hit them.
Listen to me.
Three of them.
Listen to me. An Iranian missile misfired. The video is
That's
online.
not true. Do you think Iran has Tomahawk missiles? Who told you that? Who told you? How did they get a Tomahawk missile, man?
Misfired and hit a school in their own country.
That is not the case.
You know what?
We have nothing but proof that it was a Tomahawk missile. Do you know what Tomahawk missiles are, Emmanuel? Where do they make those? Where do they make those? Where do they make Tomahawk missiles?
They make them in the US and also in Russia, just so you know.
Okay, and who gave Iran Tomahawk missiles?
Russia.
Right, there's no evidence of that. There's no evidence of that, and we have nothing but evidence that this was a calculated strike. And if you know anything about Tomahawk missiles, we have a video feed. They have a video feed of exactly what's hitting, all the way from the from the highest altitude all the way to the bottom. And as that Tomahawk missile hit, there's video of just school children's sidewalk chalk on the walls of like flowers and rainbows. And they said, let's fire another one. Let's do one more. That's what they did.
We'll go back to Iran. You said Israel bombed the whole place in Gaza, right? And killed so many civilians, right? Well, let me ask you a question. Before Israel started bombing them, how many military facilities did they have? How many?
I got a feeling some people got some misinformation clear up. I'm gonna go use the restroom.
Yeah.
Hey, Artemis, mind if I start real quick?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Perfect. First of all, Emmanuel, no, Russia does not make Tomahawk missiles. Ever. Ever. The Raytheon Company makes Tomahawk missiles. The Raytheon Company works exclusively for the United States military. Russia does not have Tomahawk missiles. You are wrong. You are throwing shit out your ass just to make an excuse. And by the way, if you're so against Hamas, then you should be against Bibi Netanyahu, who funded Hamas. Have fun with that one.
Yep, until 2019.
All right, listen to me. For starters, I asked him a question. I asked some Pickles a question. I said, before Israel started bombing the whole place, how many military facilities did they have over there? And the answer is 0. So if you don't have any military facility, where are you shooting your missiles from?
Let me ask you a question, Emmanuel, since you don't like to
Answer my
answer
question
questions.
first.
No.
Answer my question first.
You asked Pickles that. You didn't ask me that. You asked Pickles that. You didn't ask me that. I want to ask you a question. How many times has Israel been the one that's hit first?
Israel wasn't the one who attacked first, mind you.
No, I'm asking you. How many times in all the conflicts they've had? How many of times did Israel hit first?
Who hit first doesn't matter. What matters is what they are going
it
against.
absolutely matters who hit first.
If I'm going against a terrorist organization, I won't wait for a terrorist organization.
I don't give a shit if you think someone's a T group. I don't care. I want you to tell me when Israel was hit first, because I'm going to tell you, none. They are the problem.
Oh, Israel is a problem, right?
Yeah. Hey, what are their borders, Emmanuel? Did you know they don't have defined borders?
So you want terrorists to rule over the whole place?
I don't want T groups to rule over anything. But did you know that Israel doesn't even have defined
why
borders?
Why don't you support Israel if you don't want that?
I don't want T groups of any kind. I'm asking you, did you know they don't have borders?
There's a piece of land they call border.
No, they don't. It is not internationally recognized. They don't see it as their border, because that is what Pickles was talking about earlier, was Greater Israel. They want to take land. They want to take over other countries, all the way to Egypt. They want to take over Lebanon.
Did they explicitly say that?
Yes! It's in the charter!
Yes, it's in the charter.
Okay, I've heard you. But that doesn't answer my question. I asked Pickles, okay?
So you don't give a shit about any of the other stuff. You just want to know what Pickles has to say about your one question.
Yes, I know. Pickles, answer my question, though.
What was the question you asked him?
I said, before Israel started bombing the whole place, how many military facilities did they have?
Which side? What place? Israel?
Israel, Gaza area.
How many military facilities does who have?
Gaza. Zero.
None.
They weren't
No, they
allowed
don't
to.
have an army.
They're not
So
allowed
where were
to.
they shooting their?
Yeah, they weren't
Where
allowed to
were
by
they
Israel.
shooting their missiles from?
They're
They
built.
weren't.
They were digging up pipes from the ground to make missiles. They don't have
Where
any
were
official
they
defense.
shooting the
Unless
missiles
Netanyahu
from?
was paying them
Where were they shooting the
unless
missiles from?
Netanyahu was giving them money for military, they didn't have any. So
I said,
Netanyahu
where
is
were they
responsible
shooting the
for
missiles from?
arming Hamas. Netanyahu has
Answer the
created this
question.
dynamic so that he could
Where were
fight
they
them.
shooting the missile from? Where were they shooting the missile from? If not schools and hospitals.
They weren't. That's not been proven. Once again, you were spouting propaganda.
Answer the question. Where were they shooting missiles from?
I'm not going to answer a
The
nonsensical
street.
question.
I don't
The
know.
street.
Schools and hospitals.
I don't know.
Schools and hospitals.
You'd have to prove that.
Okay, then where were they shooting from? Tell me where.
The street. Baseball
Oh my
fields.
God.
Baseball
Oh
fields.
Jesus.
See, I can make I can make
God.
baseless allegations too, right?
Listen, the best thing for you to do, is to go to any country where there are lots of terrorist groups. Go and stay there for like 1 or 2 months. Then you come back here and have a good argument.
Oh, we live in America. We live in America.
We are a terrorist country.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be the United States. Yeah, we have more terrorist organizations in this country than any other singular country.
Our president, pardons terrorists. Our president pardons terrorists and then hires them to the federal government.
Then you have to prove that.
Yeah, Enrique Tarrio.
Enrique Tarrio, who was charged and convicted of seditious conspiracy, and he was pardoned by the Trump administration and then hired into ICE.
All right, probably because he didn't do what he was accused of.
Oh God, he was found guilty though.
Oh no, he was found guilty by a jury. He was found guilty
Now,
by a jury.
I'm not going to defend. I'm not going to defend what Trump did or what Trump didn't do. What I'm saying is, Iran, Venezuela, Gaza. These 3 places are dangerous places to live in, and Trump helped people
Because of
there.
because
That
of
is my
who?
point.
Because of Israel,
Because
pretty
of
much.
us.
Yeah, because of us and Israel.
Because of us and Israel.
Yeah.
Who screwed around in Iran's political process since the 1950s? That would be the United States CIA. We were responsible for the Shah. Remember the Shah that got put into Iran that killed a ton of people? That was us. We put him there.
Pretty sure we also got involved in Venezuelan politics
At
as
the
well.
end of the day, people at Iran were suffering and they needed help. And you would
We need to kill
understand
them?
that if you actually were there.
Are you sure? Are you sure that we need to they need us, because what we're trying to offer them is bombing bridges and power plants and desalination plants.
Do you know how many people celebrated when the what's his name again? The head of Iran,
Ayatollah?
the Ayatollah, when he died. Do you know how many people celebrated in Iran?
How many
Do you know what
people?
that
How united are they now? How united are they now? Now that we have started bombing them, when they look up at the sky, they see Tomahawk missiles and they see the United States and Israel bombing them. That
They say they
unites
want more.
the
That
country.
is
They
what
are
they say.
now all in solidarity together, and they hate us together.
That's a lie.
How could they
That's a
celebrate?
big
I'm
lie.
sorry. How could
That
they have
is a big
celebrated in Iran? You're talking about people outside of Iran, because mainly in Iran, they're being bombed.
Listen,
Like
people
when
in Iran,
the
people
head got
in
taken
Iran
out, they didn't have
are
time
happy
to celebrate.
that this deadly military regime is being taken out. They are very happy.
No,
And you
the
will
regime still
understand that.
stands. It's the exact same regime. The exact same regime is in
Because Trump
place.
is not done there.
Okay.
Trump is not done yet.
Yeah. Okay. I think that we're going to see a regime change here before there.
Why do you hate Trump so much? Why?
Because he's a horrible man and he's killing innocent people.
How is he horrible? What has he ever
Do you
done
know?
as a
Hey,
fascist?
Emmanuel.
Because he's a fascist.
He's a fascist. Do you know what's happening in Cuba right now, Emmanuel? Can you tell
Prove to
me?
me he's a fascist. Prove
Can
to
you
me he's a
can you
fascist.
tell me what's happening in Cuba right now? What's happening?
Cuba is a state on its own now. It doesn't have anything to do with your US.
That's not true. We
It
are
has
we are
everything to do with you,
we're
Cuba.
strangling Cuba right now. So the people of Cuba right now are dying, starving, and dying from thirst and disease and cholera because we've stopped every drop of oil from entering the country. We have it surrounded.
Why don't they buy
And
from the US?
and now
Why don't they buy from the US?
because we won't give it to them. We won't. We sanctioned them.
Why
We
do
put
they sanction?
embargoes.
Why?
Because
we
Trump is a
think that we
dick.
know better.
Because we're
It's not just
terrorists.
Trump. Hold on, Pickles. This is even more. Like, we've been doing this to Cuba for decades. We have been sanctioning them and preventing them from growing as a country because we didn't like their government.
Because they disagree to join with the United States of America. That is why.
They have the right to do that.
No, yeah, we've never invited.
You better
them
be
to join
friends
the
with
United
us or
States
we'll
of America.
kill you.
That's never happened.
That's not
The
terroristic.
United States has never invited Cuba to be a part of the United States. That has never been a thing.
So why were they sanctioned?
I just told you because we didn't like their government.
Oh, that's the reason why. You didn't like their government, that's why.
Yes, because we.
Do you want to enlighten us?
Russia.
Unless you have a different reason.
The main purpose of US sanctioning Cuba was simply because Cuba didn't want anything to do with the US. That is why.
That's not even a thing. No.
That's a lie.
It's not a
Now
thing.
you're just lying. Now you're just blatantly lying.
No.
Now you're just blatantly lying.
Now, mind you, we've left the main topic: US, Iran, Venezuela, and Gaza, and
Yeah,
Israel
because
as well.
your silly goose ass thinks that we're going to save a bunch of people in Iran who's being killed by their government while we are killing people in another country the same way. That's stupid.
It's not stupid if you actually think about it. Listen.
And never mind that Iran wouldn't be having near the terrorist.
Have
Hold
one
on.
mindset.
Iran wouldn't
Democrats
be
have one
having
mindset.
near.
And that mindset is we won't support Trump. Anything Trump does is evil. That is your mindset.
Wait a minute, how do you know? Do you live here in the U.S.? Do you live here in the U.S.? You just held us to that standard.
You're the one telling me that we have to go live somewhere to understand it, and you're not even fucking here in the U.S.?
Right, you just literally held us to that exact same standard. You held Pickles to that standard, saying, "Well, you don't live in Gaza, so you don't know what's going on. You don't know what's going on in the U.S., so don't speak on it. You don't know what's going on in the U.S., so don't speak about it."
I know what's going on in Gaza. That's why I'm telling you this.
You don't know much about world politics.
We said a lot of shit.
Yeah.
We said a lot of stuff that you were not aware of.
Listen, now I'm actually getting emotional right now because most of you just stay and say things that really you don't really understand. So I'm really getting emotional right now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this place right now. So
you don't understand. We understand just fine. You don't understand it.
You don't, because you've never been to those countries. You don't understand.
You've never been to the U.S., right? Have you been to the U.S.?
I've not been to the U.S.
Oh, okay. All right. So you don't know shit either, right?
It's ridiculous. You don't need to go somewhere to understand something.
Have you been to a terrorist?
You said you're from
Yes,
Nigeria.
I live in one. Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
I was just going to ask him if he's ever been to Gaza.
I don't know. I think it's a silly, like, he doesn't even hold up to his own standards.
The fact that if he does in fact live in Nigeria, the fact that Israel is also still colonizing and stripping African countries of their resources as we speak is wild to me.
The country that helps Africa the most, we are fucking them over. China, who's like the biggest investor in Africa, who's building all highway systems and whatever the fuck else you need, we are strangling them. We are trying to do our best to stifle them, and you're like, hey, don't do that. Hey, keep doing that. No, I kicked him, guys. I kicked him.
Oh gosh. Well, I'm gonna
get flagged.
Yeah.
I think I have been. That's why my viewership's so low. Been flagged a few times.
Oh, okay. Oh my god, that guy was exhausting.
Very. Hey man, I'm gonna hop back down. I gotta get back to work. It was nice seeing you, Artemis.
Same. Yeah, nice seeing you too, Infectious. I'm gonna hop down as well.
All right, much love, y'all.
I tell you, the Fems scare them away. Bye.
He was paid off. I don't know. I could just believe that he's probably radicalized in his own way in his own country. Phone line's back on, y'all, if you want to call in. Paid viewer here. Love that. Chat, if you guys want to actually be paid viewers, I do have a subscription thing. It's $10 a month. And it helps me buy beef jerky and box of cheese. So if you guys want to help me with that, wow, we do have. Your live is not eligible for recommendation and restricted for 10 minutes. Cecil did it. Cecil's the one who did it. I also need beef jerky and cheese. Me first. Thank you. Me first. I also have a Cash App of him in the bio. If you guys are trying to send me, my next cup of coffee or a pack of Celsius, I would love you forever. Don't be letting him up anymore. So paid. More cash than I can spend. China do build infrastructure. That is true. There are positives. They also steal a lot of resources. I think you would have a hard time making a case that China's as bad as the West. I think that they're like the epitome of what soft power can do for us, the thing that Trump has completely cut us off of. It wasn't Cecil that reported us. It was Cecil that got flagged. I did say that in an earlier comment. They are way better than... Okay. Oh, up. David, did you try to give my number to health insurance providers? Did you give my phone number to them? Been live for 4 hours. Should we have someone contact you about your car's extended warranty? I would say yes if I had a car. I want to show you guys. You see that scooter, chat? My other ride is your sister. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I have the Kamala Harris Tim Wall sticker on there. I remember when you were saving up for a car. Yeah. Hi, Dune Buddy. Hi. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Sorry. I'm sorry. Dude, Pickles gets to sleep all day. I don't have a sister. You don't have a car. It's a draw. Which country will find a cure to cancer first, in your opinion? Probably Sweden. Just trying to get beat up. Dude, I ride that scooter around and I just fucking stare people down. Mostly because I'm in my own scooter gang. I'll just fucking stare them down. You hate Trump because you see food to eat. I don't know what that means. But I would like to do a little social experiment here. I'm going to go to donaldjtrump.com and I just want to see what happens. Donate now. I can't even get to the rest of his website. I was actually trying this earlier today. Donate now. And you can just donate to a billionaire, guys. If you want to. There's a $1,000 button. Do I have a helmet? No. Did I ever get deployed? I did do 10 years in PUBG, jumping out of planes. So yeah, lost a lot of good men out there. Guys, donate to the billionaire for no reason. Yellow, is this a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I got the right one. I was doom scrolling, just want to make sure I got the right chat. So yeah, I got the right number.
Yeah.
I am a Trump supporter. Good evening.
What's up? What do you like about Trump?
Basically, he's willing to do the things that other presidents haven't done. That's a kind of a blanket statement, but I also like that he's.
I think it go
Okay.
either way, man. I think that like a lot of presidents have been tried by Netanyahu to invade his enemies, to bomb his enemies, etc. And I think everybody has managed to keep the peace and not be swayed. But Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, is like best friends with Netanyahu, and has also made billions of dollars in the Middle East by doing politics with Trump. And I think that we're simply just seeing Trump follow some money.
No, not to digress for a second, but my wife was telling me something about Jared Kushner. You know, I'm Christian, and we were talking about like the potential Antichrist and stuff. I didn't know that like Jared Kushner has like a house on like 666 something. My wife was just telling me some weird thing. Like Jared Kushner is actually in the running for one of the Antichrists. Just a side note. Not to like derail the conversation, but yeah.
I'm not superstitious, and I think it's really weird also that like out of all the things Trump has done, like this picture of him and Jesus were like some of the deal breaker for some of y'all. And I just think it just shows kind of how deluded people are when they're religious, and how they vote or see people. Like Trump is by far one of the most horrible, controversial people that walk the earth. But somebody having an address on a 666 on a street is, I think it's pretty stupid and benign.
Yeah, it's just a weird little coincidence. Like, he was just in the like. I know you may not be Christian. You may believe that all people believe in God are like superstitious, but not to put words in your mouth, but I'm assuming you're not.
That's
religious.
true. Yeah, I do. I think it's superstitious, and I think that most people who are Christian just experience the, for lack of a better term, what's it called, herd immunity from criticism. So, like, if we were in a bubble, if we were on an island, and there was like one Christian that walked up to 15 people that never heard of it and tried to tell them that there was a talking snake and people made of clay and the world was made in 6 days, they would say they're stupid or insane and probably fizzle out pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think I mean, not to put the defense of Christianity on there, but I think there's more evidence for the Bible for a truth claim or an objective standard. Like, so for example, you may not agree with the Bible, but most of humanity has sort of a religious way they view the world. Like Islamists view the world through a religious lens, Christians view the world through a religious lens. Whether they're right or wrong, most people build their families' foundations on either Christian values, Islamic values, or whatever religion they want.
So I still like, I think if you're part of a secular society, I think you're a more effective critical thinker, and we come up with more moral ways of being than those who follow like Judeo-Christian values or Abrahamic religions. And my favorite one-liner of all time right now is morality is doing the right thing no matter what someone says, and religion is doing something that you're told whether it's right or wrong.
I agree that you can do the right thing without religion. I think the problem you run into, and this is where seculars and religious people get into trouble, is that you can't have an objective standard of morality unless you have something outside your religion or outside your belief system.
I just
So,
don't
for
think there's
example,
no such thing as objective morality.
well, that's the problem that we run into with society. So, like, you want to run a society on an objective standard, it just goes smoother. Like, for example, if we got enough, and I don't mean to straw man, but let's say we got a bunch of people to vote that we're going to have a cannibalistic society, whatever, and we're going to eat Jerry on Tuesday. Well, we got a majority vote, so we got that. So majority of people believe it.
Mhm.
Jerry's a shit out of luck, so we're just going to eat him. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it because we all voted that that's fine. I mean,
And
there's
we've
no way
seen
to
those
add
outcomes
something.
happen within the confines of Christianity. So, like, we can point to the Crusades, we can point to child marriage and slavery. Those are all things justified from Christianity. So the same problems arise, and I think that the more you look at way people make morality decisions without religion, I think it's more reliable. So, like me myself, I don't want to be eaten. But there is most definitely religions out there that justify this and have led their entire society to turn to cannibalism.
I will go with you. So let's say that Christianity taught child marriage and all that stuff. What
Mhm.
makes it wrong?
Consent.
Okay, so
A child cannot consent, right?
so
They don't have the
adults can't consent. Like, so you're saying so consent is your objective standard.
Yeah, so the power dynamic there, right? Like, you are an adult, you have objectively more power and more wherewithal, and you have the instruments and the tools at your disposal to take advantage of that child. And whether or not that child actually consents is almost irrelevant because of the power dynamic. You could trick them into and manipulate into consenting because their brains are not fully developed. That is what is immoral about child marriage or child and adult relationships.
Okay, so I'm just going to challenge you a little bit. So consent is a standard for your belief system. If someone violates consent, that's evil or bad, right?
It's
Morally wrong.
unpreferable. So, and again, objective morality does not exist. So, yes, in that instance,
So
it
there's
is wrong.
situations where consent can be violated for a greater good.
I guess if we look at abortion, maybe. Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I don't think it's helpful for societies to have some, like I said, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but like you have a subjective standard, which depending on a group of people can go one way or the other. You can have some people like for example, in the United States, if we have enclaves of Sharia law, under Sharia law, Jeffrey Epstein did nothing wrong. You can marry 9-year-olds. Okay, you can marry 6-year-olds. Consummate the marriage at 9, just like the Prophet of Allah did.
Yeah, and
Okay?
we
I'm
have
not
the
trying
same
to
thing in
say
the Bible too, right? We have people marrying children in the Bible.
I mean, you don't have a law system that says marry children.
There is a law
Like, if
system
you
in the
look at the
Bible that says
Bible
that if you're
objectively,
raped, you have to marry your rapist, right? Do you think that's good?
so when you attack a land, right, and you take over the place, and because if you look at the ancient Israelites, how they dealt with prisoners of war, right? If you conquered a place and there was a female captive, you would have to marry her if you were interested in her. If you didn't, you'd have to let her go and be free.
Not exactly. What about the children?
I mean,
It's pretty bad.
it depends. Like,
pretty
because you
bad.
have situations where
Like,
you'd have the whole
I'm
place wiped
already
out for-
more moral than your God thinking in this terms, right? Like, I'm already saying, like, in every case, I think that's bad. But again, morality is not objective. So in the case of like stealing, right, you would say stealing's bad in every case, right? If your objective morality is intact.
So objective
Right?
morality is just I couldn't really hear the last section. Sorry. Say it again.
Is if objective morality is a thing, stealing is bad in every single case, right?
There were exceptions. For example, King David, when he was being chased by Saul, he went into the temple to and he ate the showbread, which under the Leviticus law he should have been killed. But God said that love is the actual arbiter of the law, so you can have exceptions for love. That's an example of like you don't follow the law
So
perfectly.
there's like this really wishy-washy version of what's
I'll give you
right.
another example. God calls to kill the Canaanites, all the other cultures, whatever, in the land, the promised land, and then for some
Mhm.
reason all these people are not killed. Like I don't know, maybe it's hyperbole
So
or something. But
so how do we know
people
what's
keep
right?
coming up after.
How do we know what's right then?
God says what's right. So you can make the argument that if God says, I know you may not agree with the God, but if God, an all-powerful fourth dimensional being of infinity, tells you to kill someone, it's technically not murder. If God tells you to do it,
if
that's
God
kind of the
told you to
problem we
kill
run into
somebody,
with
would you
Islam.
do it?
If God told me to kill somebody, I mean, if I was an Israelite and God was in the clouds and feeding me from the sky and giving me 10 commandments and then just I mean, if I had revelations,
Yikes.
it'd be pretty hard pressed. I mean,
Uh-huh. So the ladies who like
but
drown their children and
thankfully our
stuff.
God doesn't tell to kill people.
I mean, you just said he did, right?
Yeah, the Old Testament and the New Testament. Yeah,
So the lady
under
who
the
like
New
drowned her
Covenant,
3 children because God told her to, is she good or bad?
depends on which God she was following, right?
It was probably the Christian God. So that was good for you?
Just show me a Bible verse where God says to drown your babies.
No, she said God spoke to her. So
Okay, well, which God? Because Satan comes in the form of an angel in light, if you want to go that route. Not
all right.
everyone
So
who speaks to
I
you is
feel like
God.
just a cop out, right? So every time somebody says God told them to do something, and you don't agree if that it was definitely Satan, how do you discern who's God and Satan if you were told to kill somebody?
So you would agree that we have free will, right? You would agree that God doesn't control your every action.
Yeah, I don't believe in God or like this free will thing.
Right. So,
So
but even I, as a believer in Christianity, right, based on the fact that you have free will, I have to believe that God gave you a will and ability to think on your own. Just by the fact that you could say whatever you want.
And
I can say whatever I want.
what devices do you have to think on your own to decide if somebody's Satan or God when they tell you to kill somebody?
I mean, you have the Bible, you have the Christian moral law, you have the Ten
And
Commandments.
we have
Don't lie,
history.
don't steal,
The
don't
Bible
fornicate.
the Bible has instances of God telling you to kill people. So it's like, dang, if I read the Bible, this seems in line with something God would do. In fact,
Yeah,
God
but
killed like 2 million people in the Bible, and Satan only killed like 11.
But
So it's more likely God than anything.
What's the ideal standard in the Bible? What does God say for His people to do? What's the Ten Commandments? I can list them off. Don't lie.
Go ahead.
Don't steal. Don't cheat. Don't fornicate. Right. Don't curse God. Right. I think I got murder in there. Right. Don't covet. Don't be jealous. Right. So what about these things?
There's a
do
few
you
more,
think
right?
are
There's a few more that's
objectively-
really wacky, right?
Honor your mother and father.
Okay. There's a few more.
What am I missing?
Let me grab them.
Don't lie, steal, fornicate, blaspheme, adultery, murder.
Thou shalt not steal. So that one would be really objective, right? And there's instances you agree that stealing might be okay.
Yeah, God gives a pass for people that steal in emergency situations. Yeah,
Where's that?
like with David with the showbread. Like when King Saul was chasing David to kill him, David actually ate the showbread that wasn't his. It was for the priests alone, and God gave him a pass. Didn't actually kill him on the spot.
Oh, it doesn't even say don't lie. It just says don't bear false witness.
That's lying. If I misrepresent you, that's lying.
Sure, but that's not all cases of lying. So there's some lying accepted.
Oh, don't bear false. I mean, I think that would be a stretch. I mean, I don't know any Christian that believes lying is good. It can be done in an emergency standard.
I would say Trump's one. Trump thinks lying's great.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, trying to
JD
think
Vance?
deceiving for your enemies. Well, I could think in time of war. I mean, telling the truth all the time is during a time of war.
I think my morality is much easier to figure out. It's like whatever I have a self-preference for to live in a more ideal society is what I come about to believe. And y'all have to follow around this like weird goose chase around the words of the Bible, and you have all these exceptions and all these hard laws, and but everybody's forgiven at the end of the day, no matter what. So, like, if I were to go to heaven, I'd be up there with Epstein and Dahmer and all that stuff because they, like, at the last second, got chill with God. I think I would be okay without any of that. I think I'm way better than most people that are Christian, especially the ones who are able to justify the likes of Trump at the head of our government.
I mean, you can justify it. Like, if I had your belief system, I could justify anything.
Same with y'all.
But I have a check and balance with the word of God. Like, I can't just say, like, oh, murder's good today.
You can, though.
Killing my political opposition is
Why did
good.
Why did he die then? If you can't go and do that and then ask for forgiveness, because you can, right?
In a nutshell, Jesus. So I'll give you. I mean, I guess I'll give you the short of it. God died on the cross. He came incarnate as a man to cover for all the sins, past, present, and future, that we have on the earth. But you have to repent and actually have him as your Lord and Savior. It's one thing if I say, okay, I'm Christian, I accept Jesus Christ's blood, I'm now going to go out in a killing spree and murder a bunch of people. I don't think you're very repentant if you continue to sin after you've accepted what Christ did on the cross. I think that you'd be kind of a hypocrite. And there's some disagreement on among Christians. You got like Catholics who believe that like you have to. It's a continuing process. You have to keep working on your salvation, per se. Like try to do more and more. Try to do more good things. Try to work it out, so to speak. Then you got the Protestant side, which is like once saved, always saved, which I'm not a fan of because it's kind of like a cop out. Because God didn't make us just moist robots. We see clearly that if Hitler just mass murdered a bunch of people and then all of a sudden he said, okay, I accept Jesus as my Lord and Savior. Woohoo! Okay, I guess I'll kill another 6 million Jews or do another. I don't think that's.
I think that even if you can't even really straw man that, because I think that after Hitler did that, or if somebody did these atrocious things and they're looking down the barrel of going to hell, I think that the fear alone would convince you to like truly repent. And I just think that it's like a save all for everybody. I think it's something that I don't want in my life. I would rather fear the consequences of society, and for my own more like well-being and lack of guilt or shame, I would much rather have that kind of upkeep than know that at the end of the day I can just ask for forgiveness and be good. But I want to list you some tenets. I want you to see tell me what you think would be wrong with these.
It's to your credit that you listen to your conscience, by the way. So we all have that little voice in our head that tries to align us with what we feel is right. So the fact that you listen to it is a good sign. So go ahead, sorry.
All right. One should strive to act with compassion and empathy toward all creatures in accordance with reason. The struggle for justice is an ongoing and necessary pursuit that should prevail over laws and institutions. I like that because the Bible doesn't have that. That one, the Bible just says follow your government. One's body is inviolable, subject to one's own will alone. I like that too. The freedoms of others should be respected, including the freedom to offend. To willfully and unjustly encroach upon the freedoms of another is to forego one's own. Another tenet would be beliefs should conform to the one's best scientific understanding of the world. One should take care never to distort scientific facts to fit one's beliefs. People are fallible. If one makes a mistake, one should do one's best to rectify and resolve any harm that may have been caused. And then the last one is every tenet is a guiding principle designed to inspire nobility in action and thought. The spirit of compassion, wisdom, and justice should always prevail over the written and spoken word. You know what that's from?
What?
The Satanic Temple.
I mean, yeah, that's.
I think it's pretty based.
I mean, you can have I mean, you look throughout the Bible. What does the devil have? He builds on what's already there. He doesn't create his own. I mean, I can say a lot of, we can do a lot of good things, but if you look at what they said in there, right? There's allowance for like abortion based on those tenets, right?
Mm-hmm. In the
Your
Bible too.
your
The Bible
body
has
your
instructions for
body is
that.
not your own. It's like your body is your own, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there is no consequences for how you misuse your body, so to speak. Whereas God says you're His temple. So yeah, I mean, you can have good, like what is the devil if not putting a little bit of dirty water in the clean water?
I
I
think the
mean,
Bible has
sin
instructions for
sin is
abortion, right?
what is it?
The Bible has instructions for abortion, doesn't it?
Um, structure. I mean, you mean like when they were sacrificing the babies to Baal
No.
on pyres and stuff?
No, there's instructions to make bitter waters to abort your baby if the baby is the outcome of adultery.
I'd have to see the Bible verse on that to double check.
I'll pull it up for you. It's Numbers 5:11 through 31. It's a ceremonial ordeal for a wife suspected of adultery, administered by a priest to test her innocence. It involves mixing holy water with dust from the tabernacle floor and ink from written curses, followed by a woman drinking it to induce a divine judgment of swelling and infertility. So it just kills the baby.
Oh yeah, no, I remember that verse. No, that was to make her suffer until if you remember the other part of that section, it says that if she has no reaction, then she was innocent. She didn't cheat.
So, but what if she wasn't innocent? That would kill the baby, right?
It wasn't pertaining to a baby in that. I remember that section. I just went over that. That's actually
The
just
guilty, the
make
water
her
causes
feel
her
ill.
belly to swell and her thigh, interpretive reproductive organs, to fall, rot, make her infertile and cursed. It is absolutely an abortion.
I mean, you don't have to have a baby in your stomach to have, to be sick like that. So
But this is
I understand where you're
this
going
is
with it. You're saying that it was purposeful with so okay, this woman's pregnant. God
yes,
says, okay, now you
specifically
can do
for pregnant women. Yeah.
this. Okay, that's interesting. I'll have to go over that one because I haven't had an angle from that before, so it's good to review. I'll bring it up with my pastor and other church members. So okay. So the atheist argument that verse is God saying abortion is good for infidelity,
Mm-hmm.
or it's just
So that like all life, especially like this whole concept of like life beginning at conception for Christians, I think the Bible says it's first breath.
first what? Sorry.
First breath.
First breath. I knew you in the womb. Jesus said that when I created. Yeah, no, I don't think that pans out. And it isn't. I am going to bring up the connection with the abortion and the wife that the husband suspects of cheating, because that does hold a little bit of truth. I want to study that. But yeah, as in terms of like God knew you before you were even in the womb, so that one doesn't pan out. Jesus mentioned that.
Well, I mean, of course, he knows all past, present, and future. So, of course, I don't think that means you're a person, right? So he would know you even before the womb. I don't think that really entails life.
Correct. Yeah, no, he before he so he knew that. So okay, so your argument is that I just want to make sure I understand. You're saying that God allows abortion when it comes to infidelity,
Mm-hmm.
and that even though He knew you before you were created, He knew to allow the abortion. Okay, I have to say I haven't had that angle, but I'll definitely check that out after I hang up.
Yeah, I think it's all mostly incoherent. If you really question your pastor like a secular person, I think that a lot of them really wouldn't know what to say. I think they would lie to you, maybe. maybe make something up to feel good. I think that's what's brought Christianity so far, is that it's kind of against the social norm to stand up in church and be like, hey, what did God really give up if he only died and came back to life 2 days later? Like, who is he praying to if he was Jesus? Who is he praying to, himself? Hey, God, it's me, you.
Well, that's where you get the Trinity. You get God has revealed himself in a triune nature. As for like members of the church doing bad things, you have ways to approach it. Even in Acts, it talks about how you talk to the person directly, then you get other members involved, then you get the church involved. We're all supposed to be on the same team, following the same God, so we're supposed to have an objective standard.
So when he's
So
praying to
that's where
God, why is
it's
he?
cohesive.
What can you make that make sense if he is the Trinity and he's like on his knees? Jesus is praying to himself.
Yeah, so Jesus took on human nature. He became the sacrifice for sins past, present, and future. So when he was on earth, right, he's still God, but he took on a submissive nature and he was teaching us what to do. That's the
So he
traditional
was
way to
all
look at
three,
that.
but he had to talk to himself.
Three persons, one God.
So he talked to himself.
So based on his revelations, you have the Holy Spirit, you have Jesus, and you have the Father. So they're able to communicate. I don't understand God. No
Why
one
does he
does.
need to like speak? Can't he just do telepathy? Isn't he just him?
I mean, when Jesus came in the flesh and he stayed on the earth for 33 years, in that time period, like, remember Jesus said, like, I have to go so the Comforter can come, the Holy Spirit. So there is some kind of dynamic where they're all God. They have the same divine nature, but they are treated as different persons.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain him talking to himself.
It's not easy to, it's not even easy among Christians. Like, it's hard to understand some of
And
them.
what did he
Like, I
really
wish God would say
sacrifice,
something
right? Like,
easy.
what did he really sacrifice if he can just like make infinite amount of people, snap of a finger? He made this like human version of himself who also just came right back to life. I don't really get the sacrifice he made. That was just like in this grand scheme of things, like from the beginning of time, 14 billion years ago, or whatever you want to say, to now, those 2 days he was dead is like a blink.
I'm
Like
sorry,
he
I
just
cut
blinked
you
his
off.
eye.
Well, here's the summary, right? So and you have to believe that the only way the gospel makes sense, or the good news about Jesus Christ's death, is that you have to understand we have a sin problem, or we have an evil problem in humanity. So we believe that we're basically born evil, like that we have a nature that seeks to do bad, okay? And God punishes evil, whether you do evil against him or evil against each other. God has a standard, and we all fall short of that standard. But God loved us so much that he paid the sacrifice for us. Which
Yeah, but
sounds
it's
kind of
not that
crazy
big of
and
a
weird.
sacrifice, though, is what I'm saying. It's like pulled lint out of his pocket is kind of the equivalent to me. Like, I don't see what he really did.
Well, he died on the cross, so you had a perfect. So
He
I
knew that was going to
can't
happen,
die
though,
for you.
right? So it wasn't an accident. He just
Yeah,
kind of
that
did
was
a
part of
play
his
in front of
plan.
you.
Yeah. When Adam and Eve were created, he knew that they would mess up, and then he made this allocation for them, I guess. I mean, I can't speak for God,
So
but
he
you
knew
asked
all of this
why
was going to
God the Father.
happen, and he created the conditions in which, like, he pretty much put us all on a playpen with knives, and he's like, "Hey, you better not do anything bad." And he walked away, and lo and behold, we did.
Well, I mean, if he didn't, we would just be moist robots, right? Like, if he didn't give us free will, what's the point? You wouldn't even be able to complain because you'd be automatically submissive and automatically a robot to God. He would just control you, but he obviously didn't control us. He could have controlled Satan. He could
He could
stop
have just
everyone from
he could have just made a
killing.
playpen without knives.
Yeah, he could have, but for some reason, in his divine will, he decided that he gave us all the opportunity to do whatever we want, and I guess he was hoping we choose him.
I think
I mean, I
that's
can't speak
really
for God.
problematic. So, like in a scenario that's like using the same logic, I have a kid, and I say, "Hey, kid, you better love me, or else I'm gonna let you burn in a lake of fire for all of eternity." And that kid's like, "I don't really like that dynamic, so I don't love you." And then I punish that kid.
I mean, it's on the same vein of that analogy. It's like you could look at it this way: like you could have a wife, a spouse, right? And you want to do whatever you want for your wife, spouse, and you want to, you don't control them or force them to do what you want because that's not very loving. So you want them to do
But the
what
coercion's
you want them
there.
to do with their free will. But Well, I mean, if I give them free will, right, and they don't choose me, they do something else. Like you're based on like how do I say it? If you don't want to accept the sacrifice, right, then you choose ultimately to be separated from God
If you don't
forever.
like this like small bit of magic I did once that really didn't do anything bad to me, you're gonna burn forever. For all of eternity. I can't even imagine a crime so bad that someone deserves to burn for all of eternity. Can you?
Yeah, killing 6 million Jews, genital
Still, all of
mutilation,
eternity?
abortion, a bunch of babies.
All of
I mean,
eternity,
it's
though?
only one. Yeah,
Like, I think
unfortunately, that's the standard.
6 million people is pretty bad, but I would say, like, I don't know, 3,000 years, that's sufficient or something. Like, eternity? It's
I
pretty
mean,
wild.
God holds life to a higher standard than you do and me.
I don't think
I
so,
agree with
man.
you. I don't.
Like, didn't he
I
just
think
flood the
that
earth
people shouldn't
once?
spend forever in hell for death, but God apparently does. He thinks that you kill someone, you go to hell forever. That's his
But
standard.
what's the harm coming out of killing somebody, right? Like, it's like somebody's agency's taken, their life is reduced from 70 years to 30. I think that apt punishment for that should be equal to the crime, not like eternity, millions and
Well,
millions, billions of
it's
years.
how do you quantify life? So like one sin is too much to God, but me and you, we can have a debate. We can say like, all right, you may not like that abortion thing, but I don't like this, and we can wheel and deal so we can have a compromise in our moral views to get something we want politically. Right? That's how it's done in like politics. But God doesn't compromise.
Yeah. I see. I think that's not a moral agent I look up to. I like more of the idea of equal punishment, and not coercing people to love me too. I think that like if my wife didn't love me, I wouldn't set her on fire.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. I mean we all have so like if we don't, it's how to say it, like it's like with Job, right? Job was judging God harshly for giving him all the punishment because basically God made a bet with Satan, right? And Satan's like, oh yeah, this guy only loves you because you give him free stuff and help him out and do all these nice things. And then God's like, bet. And then God's like, you can do whatever you want to Job, just don't take his life. I'm sure you heard the story.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of bad things later, gets his whole family, everything killed, blah blah blah. Left his wife, ironically. I always find that funny because I'm like, he left his wife, so maybe that was a form of torture. All kidding aside. But anyway, so you have God basically allows this evil to happen, and then when Job is about to crack, about to break, he gives
He says, "Just
Job that
kidding."
speech like,
Yeah.
"Where were you? Where were you when I created Leviathan? Where were you when I created the heavens and world? Who are you to judge me?"
Yeah.
So, who are we to judge God? I mean,
We are agents that he created. So, like, according to you, so like, if you created me and you knew from day one that I was going to fall to the wayside and not believe in you, and now I'm destined to just burn in hell for all eternity, I think he would be objectively a bad god.
well, that's the thing. You have an out because God knew when He created you that there was going to be people who would choose not to be with Him. So He gave them an out. He
He knew
sacrificed Himself
exactly
on
what
the
my
cross.
decisions are going to be, though, right?
I mean, just because He knows all your decisions doesn't mean you do.
But when he
Right? You
created
made these
me,
decisions in
he
free will.
knew that I
Right, but
was going
your
to make
free
those
will.
decisions. So he
But
knew from
if
the
you don't,
very beginning, even in the womb, that I was going to go straight to hell.
I mean, but He doesn't want anyone to go to hell. You can choose
Apparently,
to
obviously,
be
he
separate from Him.
does. He wants me to go to hell. He created me to go straight to hell.
Like go with me for a second, right? He's an all-powerful being who knows past, present, future, right? And He created you. But you're not an all-powerful being who knows what you're going to do tomorrow. You could be convinced by me or another person 10 conversations later to accept Jesus Christ, your Lord and Savior. Then you wouldn't go to hell if you really believed it.
But he knew
So,
that I wasn't going to do that. So I feel like that's just coercion at the highest level. It's anyway. Somebody paid to kick you. I hope you have a good day. All right.
oh,
Oh, Nick Bella, thank you for the $20. Jesus effing Christ. Catherine, thank you for the $20 for pickles, treats, and tacos. Half guest drop. Thank you so much, y'all. I think it's all just a wild goose chase, man. I think it's just a You have to be deeply indoctrinated to believe this stuff. Accident. Chat, don't forget to follow the stream. I think I'm gonna call it here. We've been on for 5 hours. If you want to see more debates like this, we do these almost every day. So give me a follow. And that's probably one of the first times I've argued religion on here. Besides me just kind of casually shitting on it. But thanks for the feedback, y'all. We had a Trump official leave the administration today. Let's read this real quick. Labor Secretary. Lori Chavez. God damn it. Labor Secretary Lori Chavez is leaving Trump administration. White House Communications Director Stephen Chung said Chavez is taking a position in the private sector. If the White House announced, Chavez called it an honor and a privilege. Hunter Perch remarks the latest Trump's cabinet to exit administration. He fired Bondi. She's been under scrutiny with several news outlets reporting that her conduct was under investigation by the Labor Department internal watchdog. CBS News has not confirmed the existence of the investigation. The Labor Department Inspector General's office declined to comment. Reported last week, the department's Inspector General was looking at a text message sent by Chavez, her top aides, family members to young staffers. Her husband was barred from the department's headquarters in Washington after 2 women who worked there reported that he had touched them inappropriately. Chavez previously served 1 term as Republican Congresswoman of Oregon for losing her bid for re-election. Oh man. Trigger warning, chat. Jesus Christ. That is a... God damn. Sorry, guys. He's a doctor. Sorry, my bad, y'all. Dr. Trump. Guys, I'm gonna call it. We hit 5 hours. I love y'all. I'm gonna see tomorrow. I'm gonna eat some guys, should I just stream on my other account some Final Fantasy? Does anybody want to watch me play some Final Fantasy? I know you don't, but I'm going to. I'm gonna stream on my other account, so please hop in there and watch me do shit and fart jokes with my friends and play video games. This is my alt account. This is where I will be streaming my gaming. If you guys want to follow me and watch, it's basically just TikTok slop. I'm just gonna be hanging out, eating, chilling, doing whatever. So I love y'all. I will see you guys there. Bye, chat.